Well, do you remember that? Yes, I asked you that question this morning. Okay, and then your response was. Do you remember your response this morning?
No.
You don't remember the response when we talked this morning?
Probably yes, but I don't.
Okay. Do you remember saying? If it's on video, I said it.
Yeah, if it's on,
Yeah,
on my
okay.
video of me saying that he's pissed off.
Yeah.
That I said it.
Yeah, and then I asked you if you wrote that down or made a note of it,
Right.
and you said no.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember that conversation
With who? You
with Dr. McGinty? Not with me, with Dr. McGinty.
I
Where he told you
remember-
he was kind of pissed off.
I don't remember if he used the word pissed off. I know I used the word pissed off, but I do remember talking to Dr. Lee.
Why do you think you would have used the word pissed off?
To
To your colleagues there on scene?
I'm just trying to speak in plain language that we understand. It's not a courtroom in the middle of the road, so I'm just trying to paint a picture for them of what we're dealing with.
So was it based on your conversations with Dr. McGinty at some point that you walked away thinking that Dr. McGinty was pissed off?
That's the way I described it.
Yes.
On body camera.
Correct.
Yes.
So you wouldn't have said that otherwise, would you?
Well, I think in the video that you're talking about, you see me pause and briefly pause and try to, in the middle of everything else that's going on, try and quickly disseminate information. So I don't know if in hindsight I would describe him as pissed off, but in the moments in the middle of the road, that's the language that I use.
Yes, there on scene, police tape around, both drivers there. That's what you said.
I definitely said that.
Yes. Okay. And did you talk to Dr. You didn't have a body cam on that day?
Yeah.
Okay. And so did you talk to Dr. McGinty in any other place besides him sitting in the passenger seat of the truck? No, that's the only place you talked to him at.
Yeah.
So do you remember him saying in that statement that he was not happy about McGinty?
Vaguely.
Okay. But you walked away from that, and you walked away from that thinking that he was pissed off or angry, however you want to use that word. That Dr. McGinty was upset.
Again, that's not how I would say I would, was thinking. That is the word I used to another group of officers.
Yes. Okay. That's all
How much of your conversation with Dr. McGinty do you remember?
No,
Do you remember the specific wording at all?
no, I'd have to watch the video.
Are you saying that reviewing a video would refresh your recollection?
That's the only way I would be able to refresh.
If I could, just a moment, Your Honor. Sir, if you would, please watch this and let me know when your recollection is refreshed.
Is it stored on that thing? Or the card is in that right there? that refreshes my memory of that portion of it.
And did I understand your testimony correctly? There were no other conversations between you and Dr. McGinty at that?
Correct, and I even pointed the officer, making sure his body camera was on, because I wanted our conversation recorded.
Very well. No further questions, Ron?
All right, Sergeant, well, next part's about to report you about this particular matter. If you'll not step in the hallway,
Yes, sir.
right back in that room. All right, so I'm thinking through the statement, I think, he was refreshing his recollection, audio recording, audio was part of the video, so I heard the Dr. McGinty say, I think, well, I was not happy about that. That's what I do recall, like, when we started this, you said the video showed Dr. McGinty shaking, being comforted by his wife. Of course, that wasn't, the court did not review that and make it really earlier on that side of utterance. I don't know if that's something where that would be relevant in that regard. Thinking about the statement, I was not happy about that. We're looking at a straight hearsay, I guess, analysis of the phrase, I was not happy about that. Common parlance, I don't know if it be considered for the truth of the matter asserted or not, that he was mad about it. You know, not something more specific. See how there's a lot of things that are coming to mind in the last, I guess, hour or so since this issue was brought up. That might make it admissible, might not make it admissible. Again, from looking at the hearsay exception for then existing mental, emotional, physical condition, I do think that have to be emotional in nature. I do think that a statement of a mental state, not necessarily emotional, would be admissible. So I do think if we're falling back on this particular hearsay exception, the difference maker is going to be whether the law allows someone to say something in the past. I was not happy.
May I
versus-
speak on that? The state's review of the case law suggests that that is permissible.
That is what
That is permissible.
is permissible.
Yes.
A person can say, I was.
I had this mental state in the past.
Okay.
So
And that is
I would, yes, I would concede that the temporal proximity, I think the state's position is this. Mr. Little, I think, can fairly move it in under 803.3. However, the wording has to be the wording, not the officer's characterization of what the wording is.
Mr. Little, you want to snatch the feet from the jaws of victory?
Well, Judge, so I can ask him, I can ask Sergeant Mullinax after the court's ruling is that Dr. McGinty said he was not happy about the turn. Mr. Vega turning in front of him wasn't happy
That would
about
qualify, or you could just keep it straight along line and say, what his statement to you, I was not happy about that.
it. Yes.
Right.
And Your Honor, and the follow-up question would be, and you went back and you talked to your colleagues about this and during your investigation, and you felt like Sergeant Mullinax, you felt like Dr. McGinty was pissed off.
I would object to that.
So that's a different analysis.
It's different, yes.
But, I mean, lay opinion is permissible for talking, looking at someone that this person looked upset, he looked afraid, and explain why. So that could possibly make Sergeant Mullinax's opinion as far as the witness's, Dr. McGinty's emotional state possibly relevant, but having something beyond conversation. Because basically he's taking the term, I was not happy about that, and then adding his own spin on it. I don't think that would be permissible. It would have to be something else in addition to the statement that made him think that Dr. McGinty was
I'm just thinking about what the other evidence has been presented so far, Your Honor, that would help to that. Dr. John Skiles testified that what he witnessed as he was carrying his free hug sign around. I'm saying that to remind you who he was. And he watched these two vehicles. He saw the accident, most of it, or some of it. And his immediate response was that he wanted to make sure no driver left, including Dr. McGinty. He didn't want him to leave. So there was some. I know it may be a stretch, but that's just some other factors that have been already introduced in the case.
I guess you can argue closing.
Yes, I agree. But
But now the fact that Dr. McGinty supposedly wanted to leave is not evidence. That is not what it's testimony to.
well, there's no. Thank you, Your Honor.
I can bring Sergeant on. We'll bring the jury in to resume cross-examination. Bring the jury in.
Jury's here, Your Honor.
Please be seated. Back here, maybe a pleasant lunch. Walking. You saw a beautiful day, but we're all missing that. Thank you. All right, Mr. Thank you for cross-examining. Testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Mullinex, remember I was asking you, you had a conversation with Dr. McGinty on scene.
Yes.
And when I mean on scene, I'm talking about November 25th, 2023, just moments or within the hour of the accident. Okay. And he told you that he was not happy, referring to Mr. Vega.
Correct.
Okay. Now, approach the witness, Your Honor. There's no objection to these.
Okay, great.
So, no, right, have one.
Feel free to move around the courtroom.
Thank you, Your Honor. I guess it's not bad, but 23 franchise here, 122.
I would rather than be separate.
Seven, yes.
We'll start with,
One at a time.
yes.
Okay.
You can let the court order mark them. There's no objection to get into it. 32 minutes. the Molex I predicted turning around this screen quite a bit. That microphone's Velcro down. You need to lift it up and turn around.
I'll do that.
Clicking on this, I'm going to put the first exhibit. It's exhibit 32 on. Do you recognize that as a frame from the Masonic Lodge video?
I don't recognize a specific frame, but it appears.
Do you recognize it as a frame from the Masonic Lodge video?
Again, I'm sure it is the Masonic Lodge video. I can't remember a specific frame of it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not asking you a specific frame, just a frame from the video.
Okay, if it's a frame of the video, I agree it's a frame.
Okay. Do you see the date on the bottom of the right-hand corner, bottom?
I do.
And what's the date say?
11:25.
And the time?
I think that's 3:28 p.m. Can't tell if it's 8 or 0, but
Could it be three? I'll show it to you closer. It's a little distorted. Yeah.
I think it's 0. I don't know. 3:28.
320.
320.
It looks like 320 to you.
It does look like 3:20 to me.
Do you remember what time the accident was?
No.
Okay. Thank you. So as I've put exhibit 32 back up. Right now, there are the Dodge Caravan and the truck are not in this picture. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know what the distance is in this picture?
No.
Okay. I'm putting exhibit 33. Do you see the Dodge Caravan in that picture entering into the scene?
It appears so, yes.
Exhibit 34. Do you see the Dodge Caravan in that photograph?
It appears so.
Okay. Is it behind the tree, sort of?
It looks like.
Okay. Exhibit 35. Is that the Dodge Caravan again?
It
More,
appears so, yes.
more of it's progressing on Fraser Avenue. Exhibit, it's not marked. That one's not marked. I'll move on, Judge. Exhibit 36. Do you see the Dodge Caravan in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and also in Exhibit 36, do you see the Nissan Titan truck?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 37. Still progressing down Fraser Avenue,
Yes.
both vehicles.
Yes.
Exhibit 38. Still progressing down Fraser Avenue.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to back up to Exhibit 36. Put that back up. Are the two vehicles making contact? You don't know?
I can't tell. I can't tell if it's actually physically making contact from that frame. Again, I mean, the Dodge Caravan's going into the other lane, but I can't tell you from that picture if they're making contact.
That's Exhibit 36 that we're referring to. Is that correct?
You're asking me what exhibit it is?
We're referring to Exhibit 36. Is that correct? It's behind you.
Yes.
Okay. And so between the left side of the frame and the tree, you don't see contact between the two vehicles?
I'm just telling you, I can't tell from that still frame if physical contact is being made from the angle of the camera.
Okay. Exhibit 37.
Again, I can't tell you from the angle of the camera, physical contact is being made.
That's Exhibit 38. You see contact in that vehicle?
It appears contact being made, but again, the angle of this video, I can't testify to the fact that they are in fact making contact.
Exhibit 39, have advanced a little further on Fraser Avenue.
I can't tell you from the angle of this video.
Pardon?
I can't tell you if contact's being made.
Okay.
I mean, it certainly appears it is, but I can't tell you for certain if it is,
Yeah.
based on the saying.
My question was, have they advanced further down Fraser Avenue? Okay. And you don't feel comfortable saying they're making contact right there?
I'm telling you, I don't feel comfortable saying one way or another, based on the angle of the video, whether or not they are or are not making contact.
Exhibit 40. Are they advanced down Fraser Avenue a little more
Yes.
in this exhibit? And are they making contact?
So I can't tell you from the angle of the video whether they are or are not making contact.
See, Exhibit 41. Advancing further down Fraser.
Further.
Okay. Any contact? Can you tell in this video?
It certainly appears that contact is being made at that point.
Exhibit 42. They're advancing down Fraser Avenue a little further.
I'm comfortable saying contact's been made.
Okay. Exhibit 43. They're advancing down Fraser Avenue a little more.
Yes,
And contact.
it appears so.
Exhibit 44. They've advanced a little more.
Yes,
And are they still making contact?
it appears so.
It's Exhibit 45. They've advanced a little more on Fraser Avenue
Yes,
and contact.
it appears so.
Exhibit 46. They've advanced a little further down the road.
Yes,
Contact.
it appears so.
Exhibit 47. They've advanced further down the road.
Yes,
And is there still contact?
looks like it.
Exhibit 48. Advanced down the road a little further.
Yes,
Okay. They still having contact.
I can't tell if they're still making
Okay.
contact or if they started to separate at that point.
Fair enough. Exhibit 49. Further down the road.
Yes,
Do you notice anything? Did you notice that the tail lights of your Dodge van have been activated? The brake lights?
it looks like they are.
This is exhibit 50. Now the van has crossed the stop bar. Is that correct? Am I pronouncing the stop bar, the white line?
Looks like it's on top of it.
Okay. Exhibit 51. Further down, he's going further past, the van's gone further past the stop bar.
Looks like it.
Exhibit 52. You see the truck and the van in that photograph?
Yeah.
See the van is veering left.
Is the question?
Yes, you see the van veering, or is the van veering left?
It appears to be going to the left.
And exhibit 53, just a little more. They've advanced a little further down the road. The where the Nissan Titan truck is now across the stop bar. We're starting to.
Looks like it's right at it, yeah.
There was one that wasn't marked, Judge, but I'm not ready. It's just early on. At just a moment, Your Honor. Judge, may I move those exhibits into evidence as not in evidence? Thank you. Thank you.
So I'm handing you exhibits 32 through 53, okay? The first question I have for you is, have you ever heard the term fisheye as it relates to a camera?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Not a camera expert, but in my understanding, it's just more of like a panoramic, broader version of a camera.
Does that alter the image or alter how items appear in the camera footage in any way?
In my experience with a fisheye lens, they can just be a little broader as far as the specifics of the video.
Is it possible that a straight line might appear curved?
I guess it could.
Okay.
I'll check that, yes.
I think from this witness's experience, okay, sustained is term, it's a term for the speculative nature of the injury.
So in your experience with stop bars, straight lines,
Yes.
you describe that stop bar as straight or curved?
It looks like it has a slight bow in the middle.
How about fence railings along the side of the road? Are those typically straight?
In my experience, they are.
How would you describe that fence railing?
It has a bit of a bow in the middle.
In your opinion, is this camera showing a fisheye perspective?
It looks like a fisheye camera.
In your opinion, is it distorted the image at least a little bit?
It appears at least a little bit.
The next question I have for you, you were asked a series of questions about when the vehicles came into contact. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Please flip through those photographs and come to the first image that you are confident in saying that the vehicles are in contact with.
Pretty confident in exhibit 41.
Okay.
The first time I would be comfortable saying that it appears they're making contact.
But it's possible that contact occurred earlier,
It's certainly possible.
but in your opinion, no later than image 41?
I'm confident with, at a minimum, exhibit 41. But again, I think could be earlier.
I'd like you to continue flipping through and tell me when you were which image you are confident in saying the vehicles have separated. Your Honor, may I have prosecution laptop, please?
Are you asking?
Let me ask this a different way. When do you lose confidence that the vehicles are still in contact? Is that a better way to ask it?
I think exhibit 48, I'm not confident anymore that I'm just not confident that they aren't in contact anymore at 48.
Okay. So to summarize, no later than 41 are they in contact, and by 48 you're losing confidence that they're still together.
Yeah, I'm not confident any earlier than 41, and I'm not confident any later than 47.
Thank you, sir.
It's 47 or 48.
I think I said 40.
You said 47 to 48.
I see 47 again. Sorry, Your Honor. I'm not confident after 47. 47 will be the last time I'm confident that they are together.
So I'm going to publish exhibit 30 again. I'm going to ask you to turn around and watch it, please. And sir, after Woodland Avenue, I'm going to ask you to tell me to pause the video when you see Dr. McGinty's vehicle go into Randy Vega's lane.
You said that one more time.
I'm going to ask you to tell me to pause the video when you see Dr. McGinty enter Randy Vega's lane. So after the contact,
Yes.
not before.
No.
Those are my questions.
So your testimony is that the contact was made after it entered into the camera view of the Masonic Lodge?
Say that one more time.
Your testimony is that the contact between the two vehicles was after it entered into the capture of the Masonic Lodge video. When was contact made? Or where was contact made?
Again, I don't know. I can tell you what I'm confident is being made in the frame by frame, but that's just what I'm confident is being made. Which video are we talking?
So you said a while ago, you said confident it appears they had, you're confident that it appears that they had contact. That was your testimony. Do you remember that? And then, but then you said it could have been earlier.
Yeah.
So you really don't know.
Based on frame by frame? No, I'm not.
Final questions. Sergeant Molinax. Adam Cabot was the lead investigator in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you assign him to that duty?
I don't remember how it was signed.
Okay, thank you.
Can you redirect?
No, sir.
All right, thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
Your Honor, state calls Officer Sarah Cortez. Officer Cortez, could you state your name?
Sarah Cortez.
Could you spell your last name, please?
Cortese.
Thank you. Where are you currently employed?
Chattanooga Police Department.
And in what capacity?
I'm a patrol officer.
How long have you been a patrol officer?
It'll be 3 years this August.
Okay. On November 25th, 2023, is it fair to say that you were with CPD at that time?
That's correct.
What was your status?
I was in FTO training.
Okay. Could you tell the jury what that means?
Yes. So FTO is when you are riding with another officer. He is your trainer. So we respond with them to calls and then coach you through. That is where you learn how to police, so to speak.
So, how force by November 25th, 2023?
I graduated in August of 23. That was my 4th phase of FTO. So just a few months.
Did you respond to the scene of the crash on Fraser Avenue on that day?
That's correct.
Okay. And was anybody with you?
My FTO was in the car with me.
Who's that?
Officer Abbott.
Could you tell the jury what the call was regarding when you were heading out to the scene?
This call came out as a motor vehicle collision with injuries. We weren't exactly clear what all was going on until we got it, but that's how the call came out.
You went to 200 Fraser Avenue.
That's correct.
Is that here in Hamilton County?
That's correct.
Thank you. Were other officers, EMTs, any other emergency personnel there at the scene at the time?
Yes, fire, EMS, as well as police officers were there once I arrived.
Okay. What was the first thing you did once you arrived and parked the car?
I got out of the car and I walked up towards the scene where I saw all of the other first responders. I put gloves on and I assisted another officer with a patient who was on the sidewalk.
Male or female?
Female.
Okay. How was she?
She appeared to be deceased. I assisted another officer with lifting her into a body.
Okay. After that, what did you do next, please?
I walked through the scene, kind of looking for something to do to make myself useful, to see who else was involved, or what could be done. And I saw a male party on the sidewalk that appeared to me to be involved. He was in the middle of everything, so I went up to that person to see if he needed help.
Using me as the female that you assisted with, who was, how far away was that other individual? And would it be closer than the podium to the prosecution table?
It was about the same distance.
About the same distance. Okay. Do you see that person here in the courtroom today that you approached? Okay. That person that you approached, when you first approached him, was he seated? How was he seated, please?
He was on the sidewalk. I believe one of his hands was resting on the sidewalk behind him, but he was not sitting perfectly straight up.
Okay. And then you approached him, is that fair to say?
Yes,
Did you make contact with him?
I did.
Did you speak to him?
I did.
What did he do next?
When I began speaking to him, I asked him if he was all right. And if he was hurting anywhere, I wasn't getting much of a response from that person.
And what was he doing?
He was acting like he was in pain. He was making some noises, some groaning, but there weren't any words that were coming out.
Okay. When you first approached, was he making those noises, or did you, that before you made that initial contact, was he making those noises?
He was not.
Okay. Did you ask him any questions?
I did, yes.
Okay. Did he respond to you?
No.
Okay. Did you ever ask him for his name?
I did.
Okay. Did he give you his name?
No.
What was his demeanor at this time?
He seemed lethargic. Once I came up and started asking questions, he seemed lethargic. Again, he wasn't saying anything to me, or giving me his name or anything like that. And he did begin to make sounds like he was in some type of pain.
Okay. How was his movement?
Slow.
Was he making complaints of any kind?
Once I asked, he told me that his stomach area hurt, and that was all.
Okay. Were you still trying to comfort him, help him?
Yes, I was.
Did he ever sit up on his own, support his own weight without reclining?
Yes.
This is a rough guess. How much time between reclining to whenever he's sitting up?
Less than minutes.
Okay.
Less than a few minutes.
Does his demeanor change?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything that occurred to make his demeanor change?
Would this be in the duration of our contact from the start until the end?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, his demeanor changed from our first initial contact throughout my conversation with him up until firefighters and EMTs came to have contact with him as well.
Okay. Did a firefighter or EMT come up and approach him while you were with him?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And what did that person do?
It was a firefighter that approached this party. We were trying to figure out his name. At this point, I didn't know, the firefighter didn't know. And the firefighter reached into his party's pocket for his wallet to see if it was in there, to grab his ID in order to identify him, just so that we could get a better handle of what was going on.
Okay. What did that person do whenever his wallet was grabbed?
This party immediately sat up, became more alert. Like I stated, the entire time he was pretty sluggish, mostly nonverbal. This party sat up and he began to get loud and got upset with the firefighter for going into his pocket.
Describe his face. What was his eyes doing?
His eyes were open very wide. He was very awake and alert, which was not how he was at my first initial contact. It was almost as if he came to within a few seconds.
Describe his posture.
He sat straight up on the sidewalk, after being either leaned back or doubled over for most of our interaction.
Please describe his language.
This party used a variety of different curse words directed towards me and the firefighter.
Did his demeanor ever change again?
Yes.
Okay. And how so?
Later on, during this incident, we had EMS personnel come over to evaluate this party. Once one of the EMTs came over, he immediately began acting sluggish again. He did complain of some abdominal pain, was leaning back on the sidewalk or hunched over. He did not have straight up posture or anything like that. And
Did you ever use handcuffs?
I did, yes.
And who'd you put them on?
I put them on Mr. Vega.
Okay. And when Mr. Vega, why did you put handcuffs on Mr. Vega?
So once the firefighters went to his pocket to get his wallet, he was acting in such a way that I did not feel comfortable having his hands out in the open like that around the other first responders, as I am responsible for other people's safety on the scene. I didn't appreciate the way that he was moving around and how he became more aggressive within seconds. So I thought it would be in the best interest of everyone on scene to detain him until I could figure out what more was going on.
Describe the movements that caused you concern, please.
From what I recall, Mr. Vega's hands were out. They were no longer back on the sidewalk anymore. He was not supporting his weight or keeping his hands to himself. He did some pointing with his hands, and I didn't appreciate that directed towards myself or the other medical responders.
Testify that after this, somebody else approached, and it was another emergency personnel member? Okay. And what did he do whenever, let me take a step back. Did you have a discussion with this emergency, what kind of emergency member was it?
This was one of the firefighters.
Okay. And did you have a discussion with that person about what was going to happen next?
Yes.
Okay. What was that conversation about?
I just let him know that I was going to go ahead and detain him. I did tell this firefighter what the chief complaint was. Mr. Vega was that his stomach was hurting. Obviously, he had not been acting like this the entire time of our interaction.
Okay.
So I just wanted to explain to him what was relayed to me that was hurting on his person.
Okay. Was Mr. Vega in earshot of this conversation?
He was, yes.
How many feet away? Rough guess.
One.
Okay. There was a wallet that we touched on. It was taken by the firefighter. What happened to that wallet?
The wallet was handed back to me.
Okay. Did you maintain possession of that wallet for a period?
I did, yes.
Okay. What happened to Mr. Vega towards the end of your interaction with him?
At the end of our interaction, Mr. Vega was placed on a stretcher by EMS personnel. I helped to get him up there, and he was placed in the back of the ambulance. I had his wallet the entire time, which was then passed off to EMS personnel.
Okay. And so you handed it off to some of the personnel there. Okay. Thank you. Ma'am, did you have body camera on at that time?
I did, yes.
Okay. Was your body camera functional?
Yes.
And did it record this incident?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review your body camera?
I have, yes.
Okay. Is it a true and accurate depiction of those events?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review an edited version of your body camera?
I have.
Okay. Your Honor, for the record, there is an edited version of the body camera that's been shared with the defense. Ma'am, I'm going to approach.
You recognize this thumb drive that active?
I do.
Okay. What is that, please?
That is a edited version of my body camera from the incident.
I would like to enter that as the next word exhibit, please.
No objection.
And may we have the lights and the state's screen, please? Officer Ortiz, before we begin, I apologize for what are we looking at right now, please?
This is the inside of my FTO's vehicle that I was driving on the day of the meeting.
Okay, same body camera that we were just discussing.
That's
I've paused at timestamp 15:25:17. There's a gentleman sitting right there. Is that the person that you provided assistance to?
That's correct.
And can you, just for the record, can you describe what he's wearing in the video, please?
This party is wearing a red and yellow striped hoodie, sweatpants of some type, and slip-on shoes.
How is he seated? How would you characterize how he's seated, please?
This part is leaning back, supporting his weight on his hands.
This is your first contact with him, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what is he doing now?
He's leaning back on the sidewalk.
Is he grabbing a hold of anything? I'm sorry?
The car door.
Car door.
Yeah, I think he's okay. I think he might have been around. What's going on, man? What's going on? Are you hurt anywhere? Where you're at? Your abdomen? Alright. You can lay back from the okay? Can you lay back? No? Alright. We look at it. Okay. Alright. See this time? Alright. Same side, like, okay?
What else hurts? Your legs hurt? Yeah, your legs hurt? Okay. Both legs? Yeah. What else hurts? Okay, you're okay. You're okay. Alright? Breathe for me, okay? Alright, let me look at you, okay? Okay? Your back hurt? Yeah? What else? Can you talk to me? Breathe for me, okay? Okay, there you go. Breathe, okay? Yeah?
How you doing, man? Abdomen still hurt? Alright. You just say, you just want to look at it.
Don't get up, alright? Can you tell me if you drive in the car? Can you drive in the car, buddy? What's this say about it? What? You can't get up, okay? Stay sitting, alright? Alright, so I'm just gonna look at you, okay? Okay? Your knees hurt? Yeah? What? What's wrong? What's wrong? Lower back? Yeah? First name? What?
What's your name, sir?
What are you doing?
I'm looking to see what your name is.
I didn't give you permission to
You don't
use
have,
my wallet.
you don't have any question.
I do have to
What's
give
your
you
name?
permission.
What's your name?
I'm not gonna fucking go ahead and go on my fucking.
I've been talking to you this entire time, you're not gonna give me an attitude,
What's your name?
okay? What's your name?
You could ask me.
Yeah.
Not search through my body.
Do not give
All
me an
right,
attitude.
let's start over. What's your name?
Well, let's start over. Come get down to my level.
Listen to me.
That's not gonna happen.
Oh, it's not gonna happen today. I'll call the cops.
You're already here, so what's your name? I'm gonna ask you one more time. You're gonna be detained. I've been talking to you this entire time, so has he, so you're gonna be respectful, so we can help you. What's your
He
first
didn't have to
name?
be disrespectful, go into my pocket.
What's your first name? What's your first name? What's your first name?
I'm positing at timestamp 15:35:07, there was an item in Mr. Vega's hands throughout most of this interaction. What was that item, please?
That was his wallet.
Thank you. Continuing the video.
You were starting to get a little aggressive. Not really sure why. We're all here trying to help you out. I've been talking to you this entire time. You've been like asleep over here, so. Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know that because we're talking to you, so. Huh? Yeah, please, thank you. Got a little.
All right, you're under arrest.
Hands are going now, sir. What's your first name? What's your first name?
Okay, well, I'm looking off the cuff on the left side, and then I'll be able to help you.
We tried that. We tried that.
Maybe a picture.
I've taken us off the screen and we can review right here.
I'll sit here.
He wasn't talking this entire time, and he couldn't get his name or anything, so I had to raise his pocket to take out his wallet. I decided to get him on the firefighter, and then started posting stuff and jail tax. So, he's been older this entire time, he's just completely ignoring us until now, so.
Where's your car? Make sure you keep them around for traffic. They're gonna have to interview
Last thing I want to do is hold this video up, so that's not good. This is, you know, he was close to that.
I guess better ones, yeah.
I feel like I'll work a little better.
The first month or so is you're like moving on, you're like you don't want your own, you know what I mean? But eventually get the hang of it, it's just fun. So,
I have second shift. That's what I'm gonna do.
yeah.
Ortiz,
Yeah. You said it right.
or Private Ortiz.
No, not private.
Officer, law enforcement officer, same shit.
That works.
Yes, this is the edited version. No audio. This is the exact copy of what I sent you. Y'all want to slow that down so we can hear what's going on?
I mean, I don't have an ambulance, but y'all were transporting something, so I'm thankful the ambulance company, but you need to be safer and get checked out.
So,
That must make it a stuff.
okay, so would that be us to take into the hospital? Okay, all right. Just, sit up. I need you to sit up.
Okay.
What's your problem, dude?
It says he can't sit up there.
I didn't get us exhibit sticker on this, sir.
What's the name? Your stuff and yours. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Right.
Look at me, stand up, stand up. We take care of those handcuffs, you're gonna act appropriate? Yes or no?
All right, still maintain your objection.
I maintain my objection. I do not think it's relevant to what he's about to play, so withdrawn for the moment. I'm saying I maintain that any post-arrest questions should come in, but I didn't see any on the video, so correct. No objection to playing the rest of that video.
Parties ready to proceed, if you need to, there's nothing you can do to tweak the exhibit then.
No, sir, I just need to get it back to where we left off.
Okay.
But we can bring the jury.
When you do that, wait for you to do that.
Yes, sir, thank you. Thank you. 15:36. Your Honor, to the best of our recollection, we left off at 15:36:21, and I think we got it to the right time.
So, okay. All right, bring back the jury back in when you're ready.
Yes, sir. Here's your Honor.
Please be seated. Okay, continue your representative.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I'm beginning from timestamp 15:36:21, which, if I remember correctly, is where we left off.
He's not the left cuff or else fuck you. Yes, I built this motherfucker. I'm a veteran. You work for me. You work for fucking me. Alright? You work for me. I'll fuck your word. No, you fucking money. Just fucking, you my servant. You live in here, you're my servant.
Do we know which car is going in?
I'll talk to Adam, but they don't make him know.
I'll sit here too.
He wasn't talking this entire time, and we couldn't get his name or anything, so the firefighter went into his pocket to take out his wallet. And we started getting him with me and the firefighter, and then started pushing us out and yelling at us. So he's been over this entire time, and he's completely ignoring us as well. So,
Where's your car?
down that way, but,
Make sure you keep him around your traffic.
I just started.
You okay?
Yeah, so this guy. We're gonna keep him around, I guess, to traffic.
it gets better once you get on your own.
I feel like I'll work a little better by myself.
The first month or so, you're like, okay, you don't want it on your own, you know what I mean? But eventually you get the hang of it, it's just fun. So,
I had Adam secretary. That's on the
yeah.
Got my wallet.
I'm
You searched me without my consent.
confirm that there is your
What's
policy.
your name? Ortiz?
Yeah. Is that right?
What, private Ortiz?
No, not private.
Officer, law enforcement officer, same shit.
That works.
I'm pausing at timestamp 15:42:40. Do you recall up to this point if Mr. Vega had been moaning or complaining?
He had not been.
Thank you.
checks out for her.
Yes.
Yeah, he does.
I should put in handcuffs and start panting, and person's out. So that's all.
I mean, I don't have an ambulance, so y'all are transporting, so the first one. So I'm canceling ambulance coming in, but he needs to be taken, he get checked out.
So,
That must mechanism and stuff.
okay. So would that be us to take it to the hospital? Okay, all right. Thank you.
Pausing at timestamp 15:44:07. What is Mr. Vega doing right now?
He's leaning over into the sidewalk.
And you just had a conversation, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall generally what type of person you were just having a conversation with?
This was one of the EMS guys,
Okay, and what was that conversation regarding?
transporting Mr. Vega to the hospital.
And then and he was within earshot of that?
That's correct.
Okay, and then it was after and then is that when the moaning began?
That's correct.
Listen, sit up. I need you to sit up.
I can.
He says he can't sit up now.
Hey, yes, inside.
Listen, your stomach is up. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Hey, look at me. Look at me. Hey, look at me. Hey, look at me. Look at me. Stand up. Stop. You take care of those handcuffs. You can act appropriate. Yes or no?
Alright, listen. I'm sorry, I'm gonna take these off, alright?
Make sure those steps that you can take the top. Val.
I need you to sit up so I can take the handcuffs off.
Get that out. What's that? What hurts?
Stomach.
Just looking, okay? We'll look at your belly.
Hey, hey. Don't get in the way.
How old are you?
And this one, she does a favor. If you're gonna lay down, you need a nap, it's fine. Once you get up on the sidewalk, and you have to roll this boy on. Make it worse.
Not on the building, okay?
Okay.
Lift his legs up.
Trying to get him out of the transmission booth right there, but there's a car. Find a download right here. You're right there. Crawl right there, okay? Just a little bit. And, okay. Listen, I think put this right there, okay?
Let go of my shoe down, all right?
Hey, go. Keep it off. Yeah. Morning, all right. At least he said somebody was right. Yeah. Morning, all right. Company here. Grab a whole pie. More two. You're good. Not there for a second, right? Pull this leg out. Pull this leg out. Sit up, okay? Lay backwards. How are you? Hey, we're gonna do the video recorded, okay? Maybe a little bit altered. He was answering questions pretty well originally. Somewhat. Not so much anymore. Then you need one real quick. Lay flat back. Lay flat backward. Like that? Perfect. Bring it like that. He's guarding his belly somewhat. Whoa. No, I was trying to straighten his legs. Pull the lower body there. 1, 2, 3. All right. What's hard here? Stomach? You got this?
He wasn't in the pockets of HIV. He came to start pressing it out and started getting with me. And then with their downstairs. So we had a conversation.
What's the driver?
He said it was his mom. I don't know who his mom was.
You guys are welcome.
Is that a somewhere?
Come off that trigger. They have a lot of
I'm gonna give this to you. He has a military ID in there somewhere. There's no like proof of driving license.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, officer. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Officer Cortez.
Yeah,
Do you have any medical training?
I do, yes.
What kind of medical training?
We learn basic medical when we go through academy, how to use a tourniquet, CPR, things like that.
Anything about internal bleeding?
No.
When you arrived on the scene and started speaking with Mr. Vega, you had no idea what kind of injuries he had, correct?
That's correct.
Did you believe when you began speaking with him that he had been in the van?
I'm sorry, that he what now?
That he had been in the van that crashed into the building?
I did not know how he was involved. Based off of where he was sitting in the middle of everything, I figured he was involved somehow.
Okay, so you figured, but you weren't sure at the time that you approached him and started speaking with him.
No, I was not sure that he was in the van. I just knew that he was involved.
Okay, and he indicated to you that he was in pain, correct, when you made contact with him?
That's correct.
Because he was holding on to the van door, right?
That's correct.
And you were trying to be very helpful. You were asking him if he wanted to sit up or lay down. He said he couldn't do either, right?
That's correct.
All right. And again, at that time, you had no idea about any medical history, correct?
I did not.
You had no idea what was actually happening inside with him. You had no idea if he was bleeding internally, having any kind of organ problems, or what was causing that intense pain.
I had no idea.
Okay. Since you weren't even sure exactly how, if at all, he was involved in the accident, what gave the firefighter the authority to reach into his pocket and take his wallet?
I knew that he was involved somehow. Again, based off of where he was sitting in the middle of this massive accident, his demeanor and the sounds that he were making, it made it seem to me like he was in pain.
Sure.
Again, I was an FTO at the time.
Mhm.
That is something that I should have done, was to figure out identification on him. I did not do that, which left the firefighter to do something like that.
You think you had the authority to take his wallet because he was sitting on the sidewalk in pain?
Your Honor, objection, asking for legal analysis.
She arrested him.
Was that?
She arrested him.
Right, I think your question is whether or not she thinks she had the authority to go into his pocket. And there may be a legal answer to that, but it does call for a legal. Which is that.
What was your basis for placing him under arrest?
So when I said that Mr. Vega was under arrest, that is something that came out of my mouth. I was in training. He was not under arrest. That was something that came out. I did take him to jail. He was detained. That's why I put handcuffs on him, and that is what I was supposed to say, is that Mr. Vega, you're being detained right now, which means the handcuffs can come off at any time. I did not know how he was involved in this incident whatsoever. I did not know what role he played. I just didn't like the behavior that he was demonstrating, which is why I chose to detain him.
You handcuffed him because you didn't like the way he was speaking to you?
I didn't like the way that he was speaking. In my experience and from things that I have had seen during FTO, when people go from very baseline and they reach a heightened state within seconds where maybe they're not really talking to you, and all of a sudden they get loud or they use language like the F-bomb, it can be considered aggressive. When you pair that with pulling your arm away or telling someone to stop touching you, and you fill that with expletives, that's what I was concerned about.
No one needed to be touching him though, right?
I had my hands on him at the initial contact for stabilization. That's just something that I do. If I check for injuries, if I'm going to check somebody for bleeding, if I put my hand on a leg and I move my hand away and there's blood on my glove, that is something that I will do. He started to move his arms after the firefighter took the wallet, which is why I put my hands on his arm.
I was saying that. So he started to move his arms and start to say these words when someone reached into his pocket and took something from him.
That's
Do you agree with me after watching that video that he had a very difficult time getting up off the sidewalk at that point? They were struggling to get him into the stretcher, appearing he was in pain, correct?
At the very end of the
And he never got up the whole time he was sitting there and you were talking to him.
that's
So he really only had his arm's length to do anything. You said to get handsy, he could only move this far. So you could have gotten out of harm's way by simply moving out of his arm's reach.
I could have.
But instead you chose to cuff him.
Yes, I did.
Okay. When you put the cuffs on him, did you notice the blood on his hands and wrists?
I did. Yes.
Yeah, probably from the glass from the windshield. Okay. And you put those handcuffs right on top of that.
I did.
Okay. And after you cuffed him, you at one point had answered Mr. Pleo's question that he had fallen sideways on the sidewalk, rolled, however he got there. He ended up on the sidewalk and was struggling to get back up.
That's
And again, we have no idea internally what's going on with him injury-wise, right?
Sure.
Do you know that were you aware that he was in the ER for 4 days after taken to the hospital?
I'm gonna object based on knowledge here.
I asked if
She knows. The question was, are you aware? So don't rule at this point, feel free to reduce your objection.
I was not aware yet.
what's an FTO?
A field training officer.
Gotcha. Okay, so you were under a training officer that day, correct?
Yes.
Where was Officer Abbott while this was going on?
During that specific time, I don't know. I know that he was on the scene. There was a lot going on. He was walking around, talking to other officers. Anytime that I needed to say something to him, I had to leave Mr. Vega and go out and find him.
Did anyone tell you to stand by Mr. Vega?
No.
You weren't given that order by any of, I'm not quite sure how to say, I'm going to say any other superiors on the scene?
No.
Okay, that was your choice to decide to stay there with him.
Yes.
And it was your choice to speak to him and ask him questions and to cuff him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why not just leave him for medical?
There weren't any other officers standing by him. I figured that he was hurt. That's how it came across to me. I wanted to be useful and needed to find someone on scene to help. So that's why I chose to stay with him. Everybody else was tied up with what else was going on.
If he wasn't under arrest, why keep his wallet?
I handed it off to the EMTs. I did not keep it. They need to be able to identify him for bringing him to the hospital, checking him in, all that stuff.
Of course, why couldn't he have it back?
He would have gotten it back eventually. They weren't going to keep it
Why couldn't you give it back to him?
because he was not speaking to me at that point at the end of the video. He was going back to being nonverbal, acting like he was in a lot of pain. There wouldn't be a reason for him to hold on to his wallet.
You think he was acting?
I don't know.
Thank you.
You read your,
No, Your Honor.
all right, thank you, Officer Cortez. Your Honor,
Your Honor, may we have first read? Certainly.
And Your Honor, just for the record, I have exhibit number 54 and I'm bringing it back up, sorry.
I think 10 minutes would suffice.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 15, Mr. Little?
15, yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, 3:30.
That's right. Just, my Tucker was, he was good. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, you're talking something. Yeah, and then I can, so, yeah, so like, so when I'm looking, we give you an option, what trailer is mine? Hey, there's a trailer plug, which one is it? So there's it. Yeah. Because you, well, for me, the one, yeah, cool access. How long is it? Time 15. Probably a couple times, is like, probably after you. Well, that's. Sorry, I saw you up there. I tell you, everyone was talking about going to this. And, regardless of the parts of things. Guard best. Yeah. All right. Just gonna take a break. I check it out. I look at you try to have. It's like 50 Yeah, I've seen it movie before. Do you either? Let me find
So we were like, I was technically here. And I was like,
Never. Sure. So we're gonna have to wait back.
Yes.
They told you one second.
That'll be your office.
I know, very excited. Judge Harrison, this is later with us. My husband is in a term.
Okay.
So,
You're great for working. Trust me, doesn't. That's right. That's true.
He used to work here. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Tell her I'm bringing them out some. Just, yeah.
Let's try to get out of the work.
Okay.
Crazy. Yes, absolutely.
Your Honor, fantastic. Thank you very much.
Can you prove for a second, Jim? The jury when they're ready.
Yes, Judge.
Be seated.
Second call, Dr. Patrick McKenzie. Sound swear from the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Good afternoon, sir. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Dr. Patrick McGinty. I'm a hospitalist at Erlanger.
Could you please spell your last name?
McGinty.
Sir, you live in Hamilton County?
I do.
What department?
I'm on Signal Mountain.
I'd like to direct your attention to the day of November 25th, 2023. Do you recall that day?
I do.
Why do you remember that day?
That's the day of the accident that we're here to discuss.
You mentioned you were a hospitalist earlier. I guess to a layman, what is a hospitalist?
It's an internist who works on the hospital.
And what hospital did you do that?
At Erlanger.
On November 25th, 2023, did you have to work at Airline?
I did.
Tell me about your shift. What time did you need to be at?
Between 3 and 3:30. It's shift, so we don't have a set group of patients we're supposed to see. We're there to admit patients when they come in, and usually there's no set hard and fast stop time or start time. Pretty
Fair to say you left for work on that day?
That was, I'm sorry,
Did you leave your house to go to work on November?
I did, yes.
At the time, were you running late?
No.
Any particular hurry? What do you remember about when you left your house?
It was a normal drive from the top of the mountain down to Red Bank, basically. Went from W to Signal Mountain Boulevard and underneath the highway getting over to Ace Hardware, which is my first stop before I went to work.
Did stopping at Ace Hardware make you late in any way, shape, or form?
No,
This route that you described, is that your normal route to work?
that was one of the routes.
And about what you remember about what time you expected to be at work?
Between 3 and 3:15.
Do you know what vehicle you were driving?
My Nissan Titan.
Okay. So earlier in this trial, we had heard testimony about the dash cam that your vehicle was equipped with. Where on your vehicle was that dash cam?
It was centered to the right in the windshield in front of the passenger seat.
Have you viewed that dash camera footage before today?
Yes.
I want to ask you, apart from video, obviously, does that dash camera record any other information?
It's supposed to record the date and time accurately, but I did not set the date and time accurately for that camera.
So, put it another way, when you reviewed the footage, was the date and time accurate?
No, it was not.
In all other aspects, did the footage capture the events where you're talking about?
Yes.
As you're driving on your commute, did anything unusual happen besides the red lights?
I mean, my memory from that day was unremarkable until I saw Mr. Vega.
You testified about a wreck. Do you recall the cross street that wreck occurred at?
Forest Avenue, I believe. But,
Forest Avenue, was there another street involved?
oh my gosh, I'm so nervous, I'm sorry.
Talk some water, Dr. McGee. Can we get some water?
Forest Avenue.
Is Forest Avenue in the North Shore area of Chattanooga?
Yes, Forest Avenue was the light. It was at the Market Street Bridge intersection of the wreck happened.
Fair enough. So you said that you saw Mr. Vega was the first unusual thing you noticed. What was unusual about that experience?
As I was driving down Cherokee Boulevard, Mr. Vega pulled out to the road in the left-hand lane that I was traveling in. And he was driving a little bit slower than I would expect and actually swung his car into the right-hand lane and then back into the left-hand lane. I thought that was unusual.
Did that cause you to do anything?
It did cause me to move into the right-hand lane and deal with
At any point did you come to a traffic light?
that next light was Manufacturers Road, and we stopped at Manufacturers Road.
Did you say we both do Mr. Vega?
Both of us did, sir.
At this point in time, apart from him pulling out in front of you, were you giving him really any of your attention at all?
No, sir.
You talked about Forest Avenue and we talked about Manufacturers Avenue. Am I correct in understanding that between Manufacturers and Forest, there's also lights at Market and Woodland Avenue?
Yes, sir.
So 2 additional traffic.
2 additional lights, yes.
Anything that you recall happening at the light at Manufactured Boulevard?
I was in the right-hand lane, and I needed to be in the left-hand lane to get on to Veterans Bridge coming up in a few blocks. So I moved into the left-hand lane as soon as the light turned green.
Do you recall if you used your signal?
Did it, yes.
Were you upset with Mr. Vega at that point in time?
Honestly, I wasn't even thinking about Mr. Vega at that time.
We've talked about Market Street. Did you come to the light at Market Street?
Yes, sir.
Was that light red or green?
Red.
So did you stop?
I did stop, yes.
Do you recall anything unusual happening at Market Street?
No.
Did you have any memory of Mr. Vega at Market Street?
No.
Anything crossing your mind at that time?
No.
Did the light turn green?
The light turned green and I proceeded through.
How would you describe your driving at this point in time?
Just average
With the flow of traffic?
with the flow of traffic.
It's the thing we get to relative pretty important stuff.
What was the next light you came to?
Ford. I'm sorry.
Let me rephrase this. Earlier, you testified that there were lights in Market and Woodland between you and Ford's. Was it Ford, excuse me, was it Woodland, or was it Market that you came to?
Woodland, sorry. I apologize.
It's okay. Was the light at Woodland red or green? Did you stop at it?
I stopped at the light district.
At that light, did anything unusual happen?
I was sitting at the light and I saw a flash in my rearview mirror. And I looked up to my rearview mirror to see what that was. And the next thing I knew, I saw in my peripheral vision a van pull up on my right side, in the right-hand lane. And I turned to look, and it was the same van that I had taken note of earlier in the drive down Cherokee Boulevard that was being driven by Mr. Vega. I didn't know that at the time that it was Mr. Vega. And it startled me because it seemed like it was a very fast maneuver, I don't know what else to call it. But anyway, I looked to see who was in the driver's seat. And I really had a second that I had to concentrate because his window was pretty dirty with what looked like tint, maybe. But as I was looking to see who was in the car, I was able to see that he was staring back at me with an intense stare that startled me.
Can I pause you real quick, sir? You talked about this person, you said Mr. Vega. Do you see the person who was driving the van?
Yes, Mr. Vega here in the center chair.
Right, but witnesses identified by name.
So look,
You said an intense stare. Do you recall anything else about Mr. Vega's behavior or demeanor at this time?
And I looked away. I was so startled, but I had this sense of sick feeling in my stomach, a pit of my stomach that was something like dread. And I had to look away. I thought I had to avoid provoking you anymore.
What did you do to provoke?
I didn't know. I just knew that staring at somebody in the eyes was not a friendly gesture. I'll just put it that way.
You work in a hospital, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Deal with patients and their families often.
I do.
You would agree with me that most folks aren't necessarily at their best when they're in the hospital.
Correct.
Have you encountered people that were sad or distraught?
Yes.
Have you encountered people that were upset?
Yes.
Have you encountered people that were angry?
Yes.
In your opinion, did Mr. Vega appear angry?
Did.
Did the light eventually turn green?
light turned green, and I trying to figure out what I should do. Didn't really have time because Mr. Vega accelerated very rapidly, and I panicked, and I hit my gas. We accelerated for maybe 3 or 4 seconds.
One in that front?
No, I didn't exactly know. I didn't know what would happen if he was able to get control of my lane. But I knew that if I allowed that, it could be bad.
Was he doing anything that made you think that it would be bad for you?
Just the interaction earlier in the procession of this, where I noted that he was driving what I considered erratically, and then that stare. That was enough for me.
As you were accelerating the right and Woodland, were you in control of the vehicle?
Yes, sir, I was.
Were you leaving the lane of travel?
No, I was not.
Were you speeding?
Close to me.
Do you recall how fast?
I've been told in excess of 45 miles an hour, almost 50.
But that just comes from
Other people.
certainly 2,000 conditions.
Yes, sir, it was.
Were you trying to fight the driver of the other vehicle?
No.
What were you trying to do?
I was trying to get away to end my contact with him.
What's the next thing you remember?
The next thing I remember is my truck shifted in my lane to the left. Jerked, more specifically. And I didn't realize at that time that I'd been hit, but soon after that I saw Mr. Vega's front of his van coming around in front of my truck, and that's when I realized that that was him hitting me, and I slammed on brakes.
What did the van do?
The van continued on across my lane and through the intersection and into the building. There, the bridge.
What did you do?
I came to a complete stop, and I was stunned. I was in shock. The van just shot across the road like a rocket. I don't know how to describe it. I didn't know that anybody was injured at that time, but I was worried that Mr. Vega had been injured because the crash was horrific. So I got out of my truck to go check on the driver of the van, which was Mr. Vega.
Did you approach the driver or the passenger side?
The driver's side.
What happened when you got there?
I was still concerned that he may be a threat to me, so I walked around the van and looked inside to see what was inside the van, and it didn't look like there was anything that he would be able to harm me with. I saw that his airbag was deployed, so I reopened the door. There were other people there, and we tried to help him get out of the van.
Were you able to help him get out of there?
I did. I reached in and kind of gave him a bear hug to try and pull him out and get him safely to the curb. I was concerned he was in shock. But it was at that time when I was pulling him out that I smelled alcohol.
What happened next?
As I was getting him pulled out of the van, he kind of wrestled with me a little bit, pushed away, then vomited on the sidewalk.
What did you do after that?
I tried to hold on to him so he didn't fall and eased him to the curb. Then a lady came up that was there on the scene who said there were other injuries. There were other people injured. One lady that she was.
Dr. Malji, when you learned that information, did you act on it?
Yes, sir.
How did you act on it?
I went to check on these people that she was telling me were injured. I looked up, and from there I could see Anna laying up against the front of the shop that was struck.
Describe that as condition, please.
She was face down, did not appear to be breathing, she wasn't moving.
Were you able to render her any medical assistance? What's the next thing to do?
When I got to Anna, I looked over into the doorway of the store. There was a small child that looked like he was having trouble breathing. So I went to try and check on the baby. And when I rolled him over, I could see the grievous head movement in his hand. And it was like that been kicked in the chest. I almost passed out. I staggered back to the shop's counter and laid my body down on it so I didn't pass out.
You took her off. After that, what did you do next?
I don't really remember. I remember bits and pieces of seeing people back outside, hearing the sirens, and ended up back in my truck. When I called my wife, she did. She came to help.
You mentioned silence, the emergency responders arrived.
They did at that time when I was in my truck. They were showing up.
Were some of those folks police officers?
They were.
Did you speak with them?
I spoke with multiple police officers.
Did you cooperate with them? Yeah, you did.
I did.
At any point in time, were you asking to stay with the police?
I did.
What were it was?
I gave a written statement at the Senate, and the following day, I believe, or the 2 days following, I was interviewed at the police department in Saginaw by the Chattanooga Police.
Separate and apart from speaking with police officers, do you remember taking any other actions on the scene?
Not specifically, no.
Do you know what county you were in when these events took place? Pass the way, Sean.
Thank you. I want to ask you some questions about your representation. I represent Pennsylvania. You and I have not talked before, have we?
No, sir.
You answered questions for Investigator Cabot and Investigator Warren on November 2023. Is that correct? Correct. Yes, sir. Well, actually 4 days after the accident. 4 days. Okay. You prepared for that meeting, or you prepared yourself for that meeting for Mr. Investigator Cabot and Warren?
I prepared, no, I did not.
Okay. Well, you checked the night before about what the speed was in Fraser Avenue.
I don't specifically remember doing that.
Okay. Do you remember telling Investigators Cabot and Warren that that's what you did? That you checked the night before what the speed was on Fraser Avenue?
That it was okay. Maybe I did, yeah.
Okay. So you, some preparation before you entered that, you talked to them. Did you have your lawyer present with you?
Yes, sir.
During that meeting?
Yes, sir.
You told, well, you wrote a statement. You said you wrote a statement. So do you remember that statement that you said that you were driving down Fraser to work at 3 p.m. Your shift started at 3 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And on your interview, that you got 4 days later, with Kevin Warren, you told them that your shift was 3 p.m. to midnight.
3 p.m. to midnight.
Yes, that's what you told. You normally didn't work nights, is that correct?
Occasionally, but it wasn't my normal routine.
Nights are not easy.
They're easier than days.
In your own words, when you were talking to Mr. Cabot and Mr. Warren, you said nights were easy. Saying that.
I mean, no, I don't remember saying that.
Okay. Prior to the crash, you were at Ace Hardware, you mentioned that earlier, in Red Bank. Okay. After leaving Ace Hardware in Red Bank, you got on, you made a left, got on Dayton Pike, to Red Boulevard. Okay. And that's an area from Red Bank to the tunnel. The name of the tunnel is Stinger Ridge, something like that, tunnel.
I didn't start using it.
And you remember when you were driving, you drove, there's 24, or Highway 27 interchange there. So when you drive that way to the tunnel, you drive under an overpass, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
As you're driving under the overpass, do you remember a white truck pulling out in front of you, making a left turn?
I do
You remember Mr. Warren pulling it out to you?
I do remember that.
Okay, and that was from your dash cam camera.
Yes, sir.
And and you remember, Warren, you had to slow down, the truck was up front.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you went to the tunnel. And then when you got to the other side of the tunnel on Cherokee Boulevard,
Yes, sir.
there was a white subcompact car that applied the brakes, pretty much kept it almost to a stop, correct?
Yeah, I think they were trying to reassemble.
Yeah. And that car was in the left lane. Do you refer to the left lane as the fast lane?
I haven't passed.
And you refer to the right lane as the slow lane?
I haven't passed.
And did you use those terms when you talked to investigators Cabot and investigator Warren?
No, it's better to use the terms right and left hand lane.
So you don't remember using the slow lane or left lane?
I may have.
Yeah. Okay. So when you passed that compact car, you passed it around 50 miles an hour.
Yes, sir.
And then after you pass the compact car, you merge back into the left lane.
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you as today, you remember telling investigators Warren and Kevin that you were just going with the speed traffic.
That's the way I always try to drive.
That's the way you always drive.
Always try to drive.
Always try to drive the speed of traffic.
Go with the speed of traffic. Yes, sir.
With the speed of traffic at 50 miles an hour on Cherokee Boulevard.
No, I don't remember.
And then shortly before you arrived to the Spirit Avenue, this is when you noticed the Dodge Caravan pull out in front of you. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
A left turn. And his right wheel went a little bit over the dotted line that separated the right and left lane. I mean, you testified earlier that it went into the right lane.
It looked like the went about halfway into it, but that's just my opinion.
Who's last time you did that again?
It was about a month ago.
About a month ago? So you said that the Dodge Caravan stayed was it when it pulled out of the Cherokee and left, it was slow pace.
It initially was, but I think it picked up and started driving at a normal speed after that.
So you passed it in the right lane pretty quickly.
Yes, I guess so.
Then when you passed it, you noticed that he had an out-of-town plate.
I did.
Okay, so you did take a look at the vehicle as you passed it.
I did.
You noticed, you told the investigator the morning cabin that it was a nasty car. Remember saying that?
Well, that's just my term for needing to be washed.
That's what you said.
It is what it is. Yes, sir.
But then, after you come to the tunnels, you catch every red light, don't you? All the way to Woodline intersection. There's every red light.
Pretty common for that road.
And you call it a red light.
Yes, sir.
And you stopped it.
Yes, sir.
When you stopped at that traffic light was red, the manufacturer's road, you're still in the right lane.
Yes, sir.
And you see the van in your left lane,
I don't remember specifically noting that the van was next to me. No.
okay. All right. And then the light turns green, and you accelerated, and there was a Prius parked in front of you, it's parked in the right lane.
Yes, sir.
And you moved over,
Yeah.
you merged to the left, and you stayed in the left lane.
Yes, sir.
So at this point, after you merged back into the left lane, you had a truck pull out in front of you. You could have a compact car stop, almost got to a stop, should pass it on time. And then the third vehicle was the Dodge Caravan pulled out in front of you. And then when you left the line manufactured road, the fourth vehicle was blocking your lane in the road. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Then you stopped at the next red light, which was North Market Street. I say traffic light, it was red. And you were in the left lane.
Yes, sir.
And you remember cars, 2 or 3 cars passing you on the right and making a turn on Park Street Bridge?
Yeah, that would be common. I don't specifically remember that, except for what I've seen in video.
Okay. You were seeing that in the video we looked at a month ago?
I did. Yes, sir.
So traffic light turns green at North Market, and you accelerate. And you drive to the next red light that is red for you at Woodland. Is that correct?
Woodland, yes, sir.
These are what you said. I have to mark it on.
Yeah. How many?
2.
55 and 56.
Yes, sir. I'm going to show you these two photographs. You recognize them?
Those are Frazier out of there.
Are those frame shots off of your dash cam?
They are.
And how do you know that? The name, the lettering and the numbering here that's on the lower right-hand corner of each page? And I'm going to show you the exhibit. You just look at exhibit 55, 56. I'm going to show you exhibit 55. You identify that area?
That's approaching Woodlawn.
Okay. You recognize the building that's in the right-hand corner?
I don't know the name of it.
Is that at the corner of North Market and Frazier?
It is.
That's also where Cherokee meets up with Frazier. Road changed the name.
Yes, sir.
Right. All right. And what do you notice in this photograph? Let me ask you this. Do you notice where it's this here, it says, this orange triangle sign says right lane closed ahead? You see that? You remember seeing it that day?
I don't specifically until I saw it in the video.
You just see it in the video? If you don't remember seeing it that day. Okay. I'll show you exhibit number 56. And you also see another sign. And what is that a sign that indicates that up ahead the right lane is ending?
It does, yes, sir.
Just getting this behind you. Is that exhibit 55 that you just looked at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you see on the right hand side of the sign, says right lane closed ahead.
I do.
Okay. And you're in the left lane in your Nissan Titan, and you're driving toward Woodland.
Yes, sir.
Right. Exhibit 56. Now, this is after you accelerated from Woodland. It's traffic stop. It's a traffic light, is that correct?
From Market, or when Cherokee turned into Frazier. It's here.
Do you think, is your understanding this photograph passed Woodland?
I do.
You don't think so? What do you think is the next street on this picture?
Woodland.
Woodland.
Well, I believe so. Hard to tell. I haven't been up there in
Okay.
a couple of years.
Okay, so you don't know if you look at this photograph?
No.
Okay. So after you left North Market, you proceeded and you stopped at Woodland?
I'm sorry.
So after the light turned green in North Market, you proceeded up to Woodland?
Woodland. Yes, sir.
Woodland.
Woodland, I believe. I
Okay.
have trouble remembering the name of that road.
Sure. And you stop there at that red light, and then that's when that is when the Dodge Caravan pulls up to your right.
Yes, sir.
And stops.
Yes, sir.
Just like you do. Stop. And at some point, you said you looked over, and you're in a Nissan Titan.
Yes, sir.
You know how tall it is on the road.
I mean, I had street tires on it, so it's not a lot taller than an SUV.
And you're driving an American-made car, you're sitting on the left side of the vehicle.
I'm driving a Nissan Titan.
Okay, but in America, when we drive, get behind the wheel, it's on the left side of the car.
Correct. Steering wheel.
Yes, sir. The steering wheel is on the left side of the car, in your truck.
Yes, sir.
then so you look over and you see, you notice it's very attentive windows. Right. Because you were saying that your words, very attentive windows. And you see Mr. Vega look at you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You look at him, he looks at you. And from that interaction, you determine you overcome with dread. Correct. From a stare or from a glance.
It was an intuition I can't explain. I don't know. But yes.
Up until that point, other than when he pulled out in the road, there was no issue or interaction with the man.
No, everybody pulled out in front of me.
You stopped at the merchant, or FX Road. No issues there. No issues at North Market. No issues there. Went to Woodlawn. No issues there. As you look into his van.
Right.
You perceived some sort of something from looking at the stare or getting Mr. Vega or Vega looking at you. Mr. Vega looking at you. You perceive something.
Rage?
Rage. You perceive rage from Mr. Vega.
Yes, sir.
By a glance, by staring at you.
Yes.
So you reckon, so when you looked over at the van there at Woodland, you recognize it's the same nasty bar downtown place. Do you remember Investor Cabin Warren asking you about that scenario there where you were talking the red line at Woodlawn?
On Single Mountain?
When you
20
asked
days.
me, yeah, 4 days after the accident, yes.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember them asking you what were the reasons why you felt that? And one of them was, like today, you weren't sure, but you said it might have been presence.
Sorry, what was the question? What was the saying?
Might have been prejudiced.
Mr. Little, could you repeat your question, please?
Yes.
I didn't say that I was prejudiced. I said some people may say that I was prejudiced, but I couldn't see Mr. Vega's ethnicity through that window.
Well, I don't know if that was what you're talking about. The question is, that's what you said to Investigator Warren, it might have been prejudice.
No, I said some people might think it was prejudice. I didn't say that it might have been prejudice. I didn't say that.
Some people might think it was prejudice.
I was just,
The question to you was, why did you feel this dread? And your response was, some people may have think it was prejudice. That's what you're saying your response was?
well, after the wreck, I did know that Mr. Vega was Hispanic. So I knew that would probably be something people would say.
Okay, but it can't be, no one said that, but you.
Okay.
My point is, investigators, Kevin and Warner, are trying to understand why you have this fear of dread. And that was one of your answers. You remember saying that?
I do remember saying that, but I didn't say what you said I'm saying.
No. Motion on. Yes, sir.
I remember what I said now. I did say it may have been previous. I apologize.
You also said that you heard a lot of it about carjacking.
Yes, sir.
So you, Jeff Davis and Warren, investigators, that you chose to try to get away.
Yes, sir.
And so that you realize that was the wrong decision.
Well, hindsight would lead me to say that, but I don't know how I could have known it was the wrong decision when I was trying to protect myself.
You told investigators Captain Abbott that was the wrong decision. You're saying that.
Not specifically, no.
Now, approach Justice Brett. Justice Brett, what?
Yes, sir. Council President.
Now, approach John. Sure that?
I did.
Okay. Did you make that statement?
I did. I said it was the wrong decision.
Just we talked about your written statement earlier. You were writing a written statement.
Yes, sir.
statement was, you remember writing your statement that, after you were staring, you were concerned that he was angry with you for you getting back in front of him. You were making that statement.
I do, I remember seeing you in the videos. I don't remember making those. I saw the videos.
Did you ever write a statement?
I don't remember writing the statement either, but I remember reading it. It's there.
Yeah, broken up.
It's there. I mean, I agree with you. It's there.
Okay. All right, so your statement was that you thought he might be angry at you because you got in front of him. And then you remember that subject coming up at the interview 4 days later with Justice Cannon and
They mentioned a lot of people that cut me off. I don't remember them mentioning that I cut them off.
But you thought that at Woodlawn traffic times. You thought about that. And then they brought that to your attention 4 days later, and you were surprised about that.
I don't remember cutting them off. I think I was speculating maybe.
I'm not saying that you did that. You thought that when you were sitting at the Woodlawn traffic light, and this what you put in your written statement.
Yeah, I was speculating. I did write it.
Right, okay, and that was, you wrote that on the scene.
Right, this was.
But 4 days later, that you had the interview with those two investigators, they brought that up. You were kind of surprised that was even mentioned.
I don't remember cutting them off.
And that's not what I'm asking.
Okay.
What I'm asking is that at Woodlawn, you wrote your statement that you looked over and started staring at you. You thought he might be angry with you because you got in front of him back, I guess, after Manufacturers Road. Right. Okay. This is your statement.
Okay.
And then 4 days later, when they asked you about that, you were surprised. Oh, is that what happened? You were saying that.
I don't have an explanation.
Yes, sir. Dad, did you ever say that?
I do. Yes, sir.
So my point is, during that police interview, you were surprised by that question.
I didn't know that he cut me off. I think I was speculating in my report that I may have angered him.
That was the report that you wrote on scene.
On the scene.
Yes. You wrote that I was concerned that he meant to harm me.
Yes, sir.
You're what, 5'11"?
Correct.
I don't know what it is, 200 pounds,
70.
70. You, while you were driving that day, you had 2 firearms in your vehicle.
I did.
You remember telling investigator Molinax that you were not happy about them pulling up in front of you?
I don't.
Do you remember sitting in your front seat of the truck after the accident, going over the dash cam video, and investigator Molinax, or an officer was there? I believe your wife was there with you. Remember that?
I don't.
And you weren't happy with this, Vega, were you? When you pulled that front?
I wasn't angry.
That's what I asked. You said you weren't happy.
I was neutral. I just had to get around him.
You had to get around.
Well, I found his driving erratic and concerning enough that I felt I needed to get around him.
All right, and you weren't happy about that.
I wasn't unhappy about it.
Okay. At Woodland, when the light turns green, you see Mr. Vega in the Dodge Caravan accelerate ahead of you.
Yes, sir.
It accelerates completely ahead.
Yes, sir.
And you had a situation that he was coming over to the left lane.
I'm sorry, repeat that, please.
You knew he was coming over to the left lane.
I didn't know what he was going to do. I just knew that I felt the need to protect myself from whatever it was.
Okay. So the need to protect yourself was to hit the gas and go.
Yes.
Okay. You did not want Mr. Vega to come over to the left lane.
No, I did not.
You were concerned that he would block your lane of travel.
Yes, sir.
I instinctively accelerated.
Panicked.
Panicked, but you accelerated.
Yes, sir.
And your words were, I hit the gas.
Yes.
And you said this is the way your brain works.
Yes, sir.
And then investigation, so you're looking over and seeing Mr. Vega, that put the element of fear and dread in you. You said, I can't explain it, it just made me react. Shaking head affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah, approach. Yes, sir. Exhibit 32 behind you. You recognize that street?
But you, that's, that's the store that was hit.
Yes. The store at the far, up in the far sort of left corner.
That's right.
And so that would be Fraser Avenue, is that right?
It is pretty good.
Okay.
Dr. McGinty, that, microphone is unbuilt over there. You're looking back. Thank you.
Oh, exhibit 36. You see the Dodge Caravan?
Yes, sir.
And you see your Nissan Titan truck?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's when you're hitting the gas?
I mean, I'm accelerating there, yes, sir.
Is that when you're hitting the gas?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 37. Just advance just a little bit, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Up the road, yeah, you're hitting the gas.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 38. Advance a little bit up the road. You're hitting the gas.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 39. Advance a little bit up Fraser Boulevard. All right,
Yes, sir.
yes. And you're hitting the gas.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 40. We're now almost in the center of the view of the camera. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Hitting the gas.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 41. Move a little further on Fraser Avenue.
Yes.
Hitting the gas.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 42. Move a little further.
Yes, sir.
Hitting the gas.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 43. A little further up the road. Hitting the gas.
Yes, sir.
You told investigators in Warren County 4 days after the accident, the crash, the collision, that your speed was absolutely not safe. After the crash, that's fine, that you go over and check on Mr. Vega.
Yes, sir.
You told the investigators, Captain Warren, that he had glassy eyes.
I may have, I don't remember specifically.
And that he was right.
He did that, yes, sir.
Yeah. And you determined that he was shot.
I was concerned he might be, I didn't check any vitals or anything, I didn't determine that.
You remember telling Captain Warren, thought you said he was a shot?
I was
symptoms.
concerned about that, yes, sir.
Other symptoms of shock include dizziness, confusion,
Yes, sir.
potential loss of consciousness,
Yes.
extreme irritability,
Could be, yes, sir.
disorientation.
Could be, yes, sir.
When it's sort of the end of the conversation with, or the interview with investigators Cabot and Warren, they were questioning about your actions that day. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and your response was, that's what's eating at me. I understand that. That's what's eating at me. You ever saying that?
I did, yes, sir.
Statement you talked, you said, I decided it would put me at risk of him blocking my route again.
Yes, sir.
By cutting him off, I used to accelerate to keep him from taking my lane.
Yes, sir.
That just a moment, John.
Yes, sir.
Were you arrested that day? Were you charged with crime that day?
No, sir.
Or 4 days later?
No, sir, I was not.
Were you cited with a speeding ticket?
No, sir.
You cited for reckless driving?
No, sir.
You cited for following too close?
No, sir.
That's all I have, Ron.
You redirect.
No, sir.
Thanks, Dr. McGinty, Ms. Evans.
So we approach three.
Does he need to say the same?
No.
But if we just do release.
Well, that's the question I have. Mr. Little has some numbers to do that as well.
Dr. McGinty, hang on just a second. If you want to just, hang out with the whole, or the hallway for just a moment, we'll let them know. All right, want to break? Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Yes, sir. My name is Joe Warren. I work in the Chattanooga Police Department, Traffic Division.
How long have you worked for the city?
I've been with Chattanooga for about 31 years. Started in 95.
What capacities have you served the citizens of Chattanooga, sir?
Okay, so the first 4 or 5 years, I worked in patrol. The last 26 years, I worked in traffic in the Traffic Division.
What are your duties and responsibilities of the traffic division?
The fun part for a lot of people is I get to make a lot of traffic stops, so I always look around and see who I've met before, but joke, sorry. But I do traffic enforcement, I do crash investigation, we'll do motorcycle escorts, that sort of thing. But the big part of my job is crash investigation, traffic crash reconstruction for the major crashes, fatal crashes, that sort of thing.
You've done this for a little more than 2.5 decades.
Yes, sir, right at 26 years.
Please tell the jury what accident reconstruction is.
Accident reconstruction, best way to describe it is a comprehensive investigation where we take all kinds of things, the evidence from roadway, for vehicles, environmental factors, people that are involved. We look at all the different things that contribute to a crash and lead up to a crash, how a crash occurs. We compile all that information to help understand what led to a crash, what led to how this crash occurred, what we can do to prevent things like that in the future, what criminal acts occurred that we would have to prosecute, so on and so forth. Just it's basically we take a comprehensive look of all the evidence that's available and put that together to understand how a crash and why a crash occurred.
Do vehicles retain data, sir?
Most modern vehicles do. Most of the modern vehicles will contain what we would call like a black box. You've heard that term. It's not black. It's actually most of the chrome. But they do retain some data.
Do they often retain data from a crash?
They do. Trying to explain it. Like airplanes, people familiar with like an airplane crash, a jetliner crash, they have the black box. Cars have something very similar. What you're looking at is we call it the airbag control module. So your modern vehicles have airbags, you have things like supplemental restraint systems. If you get in a crash, if you've been in a significant crash, you might notice the seatbelt tightened up on you. That's one of the supplemental restraint systems. It's called the airbag protector, the seatbelt retentioner. It's actually a pyrotechnic that pulls the seatbelt tight milliseconds before impact, or before the severity of impact. The airbag deployment system, all that's governed by a box we call the airbag control unit, or airbag control module, ACM, and that's quote unquote the black box. What most manufacturers, what most vehicles collect is about 5 seconds, right at 5 seconds of pre-crash data, and it covers a wide variety of things that were going on with the car, such as the vehicle's speed, the accelerator position, the steering inputs, braking inputs, seat belts, if there's a passenger in the front seat, all these different things. And it varies by manufacturer, it varies by the newness of the car. An older car, like an old GM from the 90s, late 90s, they record very minimal data, but a modern car, say a 2025, Lexus is going to record, a book of data. So it just varies.
Well, how does someone go about extracting that data?
So what we're going to do, there's a commercially available product. Bosch is the company that produces most of the airbag control modules. It's an electronic company. They also have a company called, not a company, but an offshoot of one of the things they produce is a hardware and software kit called the CDR, the Crash Data Retrieval System, that talks to these black boxes and takes an image of the data that any kind of data that gets recovered from a crash.
Are you trained to extract data, and do you have experience in extracting the data from the airbag control modules?
Yes, sir. I've obtained I'll say it's a 2-day class on the technician where you do the basic downloads and that sort of thing. And then a 5-day class, I think it was on the analysis portion of it where you analyze the data, because it throws a lot of numbers at you, and you have to understand what the numbers are referring to.
That's where I was heading next. Are you trained and do you have experience in interpreting that data, sir?
I do, yes, sir.
Have you extracted and reviewed the airbag control modules of data in the past?
I have, yes, sir.
And have you used EDR data or ACM data to assist in accident reconstruction?
Absolutely, yes, sir. It's a valuable tool.
And we touched on this already, please bear with me. How long have you specialized in accident reconstruction?
I started getting my training for that in 1998. So I've got training through the accident reconstruction side of the school. I think it was in 98. And then continuing training since then, multiple schools since then, seminars and so on and so forth.
Does this specialization include advanced reconstruction?
It does.
Momentum analysis?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Always photogrammetry?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It also, we touched on this, but it also includes the EDR and ACM data retrieval and analysis.
It does, yes, sir.
What about use of light scanning devices?
Yes, sir.
Estimated speeds?
Yes, sir.
Have you attended at-scene traffic accident investigation school?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, advanced accident investigation school
Yes, sir.
and accident reconstruction school?
Yes, sir.
What type of crashes or collisions have you investigated?
Pretty much all kinds, from the fender benders to the fatal collisions, the major collisions, all types of collisions. Been involved in heavily involved in major investigations we had here in town. The school bus crash, many of you might be familiar with, was heavily involved in that. I-75, where we had a large, terrible crash on I-75, involved with that as well. But involved with any type of police-involved fatalities, police-involved crashes, pedestrian crashes, pedestrian fatalities, motorcycle fatalities, just any number of a way to get killed in a car wreck, car versus train, things like that, you name it, been there.
Does that include motor vehicle to pedestrian?
That is correct, yes, sir.
In your 26 years, how many of those investigations have you been either the lead investigator or assisted as an investigator to the best estimate?
Hundreds of fatals. Honestly, I do not know. There's just, unfortunately, in our city our size, we have a number of fatalities every year. We're a small unit. So my hand's been in most of those fatal investigations, and probably half of those fatal investigations over the last 2.5 decades.
Have you investigated crashes with multiple fatalities?
Yes, sir.
And can you provide a rough estimate of how many fatality-involved crashes you have investigated throughout your career?
Honestly, I don't. Hundreds. I just don't know.
Sure. Yes, sir. Chattanooga has 2 major interstates.
Yes, sir. 75 and 24.
Have you worked investigations on those interstates?
I have. Yes, sir.
Moving down from interstates or state highways, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And below that, what's the next type of road?
Secondary streets or surface streets, streets that have access to driveways, access to businesses, people where there's intersections with we call them surface streets. They're not protected by like off ramps and on ramps.
Have you investigated crashes on all types of roadways from interstates down to county roads?
Yes, sir. I have.
Does that also include municipal roads?
Yes, sir.
Have you been declared an expert in accident reconstruction in the past?
I have. Yes, sir.
Do you know how many times?
I do not. No, sir.
Several. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Have you been declared an expert in accident reconstruction in this courtroom? Just in this room?
Oh, and then, yes, sir. In this court, the criminal court system, yes, sir, I have. Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state requests that investigator Warren be qualified as an expert in the field of accident reconstruction.
All right, let's start with one recognized as an expert in the field of accident reconstruction.
Thank you. You testified earlier that you have worked several vehicle to pedestrian accidents.
Yes, sir, I have.
Have you worked accidents where the pedestrian was thrown by a crash?
Multiple, yes, sir.
What roads are most commonly experienced pedestrian-related crashes?
Typically, your surface streets, because anytime you have interactions with driveways, roadways, where people have access to businesses, people are walking, the majority of those crashes are going to be on your surface streets or your secondary roads, just because that's where people are walking. Occasionally, we have them on the interstate, but it's not, most of them we'll see on secondary roadways.
Have your vehicle to pedestrian crashes become more common on highways now?
Maybe, honestly, I don't have the numbers to back that up. It seems like that has happened more, but I don't have numbers in front of me, so I don't want to say it right now.
Thank you. Yes, sir. What are some of the basic principles of traffic investigating? Meaning, what do you review and consider when reconstructing an accident circle?
Essentially, everything. Things I need to look for, roadway evidence. Roadway evidence is a big teller for us. Skid marks, gouge marks, different types of marks that vehicles may leave on the roadway. The vehicles themselves, obviously, are going to have evidence, both on them or inside of environmental factors, and then obviously the persons, the people involved, the drivers, the pedestrians. All these different entities are going to have evidence of some sort that will be useful for me to help me understand how this crash occurred.
So evidence collection is abundantly important.
Absolutely, we rely heavily on that.
Photographs,
Photographs, yes, sir.
just how the scene presents.
Yes, sir.
Does that include where objects and people were at the time?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Identifying measurements and distances, would you consider that important, sir?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And and again, we've touched on this, but the review of electronic data and those measurements, that would also be important.
Right, yes, sir.
For all these things that an accident reconstructionist would review and comparing an opinion,
Yes, sir.
if they have access to it.
If they, everything they would have access to contributes to their understanding of how a crash occurred.
Were you asked to investigate a crash that occurred the afternoon of November 25th, 2023 at 200 Fraser Avenue here in Chattanooga, sir?
Unfortunately, yes, sir. Not on the day of. I was made aware of it that day. I was brought in the following Monday, I believe it was. This happened on a Saturday. I was brought in on the following Monday to start looking at some of the evidence that we collected.
Were you familiar with that area back in November of 2000?
Yes, sir.
What's around 200 Fraser Avenue at the time?
You've got multiple businesses, little shops, eateries, the Walnut Street Bridge, the walking bridge was open at the time. It was right there. Little souvenir shops, clothing shops, you name it. It's like a little miniature Gatlinburg, that little area. If that's a fair assessment. Yes.
It's right there at an intersection?
It is, yes, sir.
What's the intersection?
Forest Drive is a street that goes up the hill, goes straight up the hill. And then on the other side of the intersection is the Walnut Street Bridge and the walking bridge.
Was there a business at the time of the crash right there where the crash was caused?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall by any chance what it was?
Walnut Street, gift shop or souvenir shop, something to that effect. And I don't have photographs with me, but I think it appears to be photographed somewhere.
How would you describe the roadway and intersection at 200 Fraser Avenue as it was in November 2023?
It's 4 lanes of travel on the roadway itself. There's 2 lanes going in each direction, divided by a center divided lane. There's sidewalks on either side of the roadway. And then Forest is a 2-lane road. And then, of course, Walnut Street is closed to any vehicle traffic, just pedestrians and bicyclists only.
Speed limit at that time was?
It's 30. It was 30.
But back in November of 2023.
Yes, sir.
Did that area get a lot of pedestrian traffic?
Absolutely. Like I said, there's almost a miniature Gatlinburg. There's pedestrian traffic. I think that's probably where a lot of the shops rely on. Some of the business was pedestrian traffic. There is pedestrian traffic.
Thanksgiving was the week before.
I think Thanksgiving was just days before, if I remember right, but I'm not.
Within the preceding week, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think, I want to say it was Saturday, and it was that Thursday, was Thanksgiving, I believe.
A lot of pedestrian traffic around that.
Right, yes.
We talked about several things in accident reconstruction as we reviewed to determine what happened in the crash. Did you review those things in this investigation?
I did, yes.
You compare the sources against each other to check for consistency.
Right, yes, sir.
Did you find the physical evidence, retrieved data, measurements, photos, and videos reliable and consistent?
Right, yes, from what I saw, everything was very consistent.
Did you make calculations and determinations based off this evidence?
I did, yes, sir.
Testified earlier that you have worked several vehicle pedestrian accidents. Were some of those pedestrian thrown?
Most of those are, yes, sir. That's actually an unfortunate side effect of being struck by heavy vehicles. The body is typically thrown a portion of the way.
Are there scientific formulas that are sometimes applied in a situation like this?
Yes, sir. There's multiple formulas. The most common one that we use is we call it the Searle formula. There's a Searle minimum and maximum formula. Dr. Searle put together this formula and how to account for the body's motion once it's struck by a vehicle. Another formula is the Appel RAP by Dr. Appel. Another one is the Wood formula, a series of formulas. There's actually probably, I wouldn't be shocked if there's 15 or 20 various formulas that you can apply to pedestrian type crashes.
Would those formulas have been applicable in this particular investigation?
Not in this particular crash. Typically, when I'm working a crash with a pedestrian, a lot of times what I see is a pedestrian is actually thrown a distance as the vehicle's traveling along the roadway. There's thrown a distance down the roadway or alongside the roadway. And that distance that a person is thrown is useful in helping us understand how much energy that vehicle is carrying. The energy we can translate back to speed or a minimum speed. This particular case, unfortunately, could not, because the victims in this case were up against a building or on the sidewalk right next to the building. So any throw distance would be entirely minimal just because they're right against the building. So there's none of the formulas that we have for pedestrian throw, pedestrian vaults are applicable in this particular crash, unfortunately.
As part of your reconstruction, sir, did you personally inspect the vehicles involved in this crash?
I was involved in the inspection. I know that I believe Investigator Cabot did a lot of the inspection. I was present while we inspected the vehicles, so I was part of that. Yes, sir.
What vehicles did you inspect?
There's the Dodge Caravan that was driven by Mr. Vega, and there was a Nissan Titan that was driven by Mr. McGinty.
Do you recall when you inspected those vehicles?
Days after, that following week at the end of, I don't know what day exactly.
Based off of your investigation, were those vehicles in substantially the same shape as they were at the time of the crash, and once the crash had occurred?
Based on the scene photos I saw, yes, sir.
In a physical inspection of vehicles after a crash, what are you looking for, please?
Looking for the damage. Where's the damage? Where's the damage located at on the vehicles? What kind of damage is it? What does that damage look like? That can tell us some different things about how vehicles interact with other vehicles, pedestrians, buildings, so on and so forth. Look for obvious mechanical issues, bald tires. I had one case where the guy was a mechanic and didn't bother putting on brake pads and he's metal on metal. Look for obvious mechanical issues. I look for things inside the vehicle that might help me understand what's happening as well as outside the vehicle. Just a number of things, and they're all almost case specific to a particular case by case basis, I guess is the best way to put that.
What are transfer marks?
Transfer marks, NASCAR, brothers racing. Well, when you have vehicles that come together in a collision, no matter what type of collision it is, a lot of times they're going to transfer marks from one vehicle to the other, paint transfer, scratches, gouges, that sort of thing. And you'll see these where they make contact with each other, and oftentimes you can determine how they make contact with each other, what manner they make contact with each other.
Scrape direction, is that important?
It is, scrape direction is, it tells you some things. It's not the end all be all, there's limitations.
Okay, fair. What about deformation of the vehicles?
Yeah, deformation tells you the severity of an impact, depending on what portion of the vehicle it is. Some portions of the vehicles are softer than others, or have less of a stiffness coefficient as we use in the industry. Other vehicles are other parts of the vehicles are harder, other parts of the vehicles are softer. We look at the height, the direction of it. That helps us determine things like the direction of force, the principal direction of force, things like that. Those sort of things we look for.
Sounds like anything showing where and how contact occurred.
Basically, yes, sir.
Are those standard indicators relied upon in accident reconstruction?
Yes, sir.
And are those reliable indicators of how vehicles interact during the collision? So
They are with caveats. You just have to make sure you're understanding everything, but they are very reliable indicators. Yes.
let's
Sure.
start. Let's start with the defendant's vehicle, the van. Where was damage located, sir?
The majority of the damage on the Caravan was located in the very front of the vehicle, where it made contact with both the victims and the building. The damage is very heavy on the front bumper. There's windshield damage as well that I've noted to note of. And then I noticed some damage in the left rear corner near the quarter panel, back behind the left rear wheel. There's some damage back there. It wasn't severe damage, but there was damage there.
I'm going to pass you a photo, sir, and ask you to identify them.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What's that?
That is a photograph of the front of the van.
Your Honor, statement was that this be marked as Exhibit 57. Sir. And Your Honor, can we send the signal to the state's lab? That's the photograph I just showed you, sir.
It is, yes, sir.
Would you please tell the jury what they're looking at?
This is the front of the Dodge Caravan. You can see the heavy intrusion there at the front of the vehicle, the front left of the vehicle. That heavy intrusion. Do we have a pointer by chance?
I have one.
I can point it.
Well, I take that back. This one was one.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Okay, see the heavy intrusion here along the front, especially right into here. This is where the vehicle made contact with the hard parts of the building, the facade of the building, the front of the building, and the crumpling of the hood as well. Invariably, the impact with the pedestrians also occurred with that. Unfortunately, what you're going to primarily see is the damage caused by the building itself on this portion of the vehicle, the front portion of the vehicle.
Sir, I'm going to pass you another photo.
Yes, sir.
Ask you to identify it, please.
This is also the same vehicle, the Dodge Caravan. This is a close-in of the windshield, the specific damage to the windshield of this vehicle.
Your Honor, state asks that this be marked as Exhibit 58, please. Yes, sir. Same photo we were just discussing?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
That's the windshield damage, right?
Right.
Please describe the significance of that particular type of damage to the jury.
Yes, sir, this damage is different. And I guess if we could, are we able to toggle back between the two photographs?
I can try to do, yes, sir.
Okay, we have a lot of significant damage caused by the building on the front bumper, the hood area. All of that is specifically from the building itself. The damage that you see on the windshield, see how rounded it is. When it's rounded like that and it caves in almost like a bowl shape, what that tells me as an investigator, that's typically where a human has interacted with the windshield. I see this with pedestrian crashes, as well as if you have a low enough vehicle like a deer, a car versus a deer, but by saying a low enough vehicle like a sports car, because the center mass of the deer is lower than the center mass of the human. So typically deer don't come up under the windshield unless it's like a small sports car. But a large animal like a deer, or in this case a human being, typically causes this bowl-shaped damage on the windshield that's separate from the damage with the actual building between those two vehicles, between those two photographs. If I'm making sense.
As you know, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you identify this one?
Yes, sir. This is also the same van, and it has some damage to the left rear that I described a minute ago.
Your Honor, state request that this be entered as exhibit number 59. Yes, sir. So can you describe to the jury what they're looking at here with this rear corner?
What you're seeing here, you see the, I mentioned that some parts of the vehicle are harder than others. This is the plastic bumper cover. Obviously, this is a soft piece of material, of soft plastic. It's easy to dent in, but this is impact damage here. There's some scraping that goes along here. There's scraping here. It's harder to see, but there's scraping throughout this quarter panel.
Would it help if I zoomed in, sir?
Almost yay and nay. I think it's more of a contrast issue, which is hard to do with a projector, unfortunately.
Well, based off of your visual inspection and what you see here, can you point to the jury the different marks that you described?
Right. So what I'm seeing here, here's the crushing of the plastic I mentioned. I've got scraping here. There's some up here, through here as well. There's some crumpling and scraping here, as well as here. The scraping is something I see a lot of times, like a side swipe crash. You have two vehicles come alongside each other, one bumps into another, whatever. And it creates what we call the scrape marks, that's consistent with a side swipe type of impact.
So would you describe the damage to the rear panel concentrated in one area or over a larger area?
Visually, looking at the soft bumper, it looks like it's concentrated in that corner of the bumper, but again, it's a soft portion. It's throughout the quarter panel. There's damage. There's crumpling damage on the quarter panel here at the top by the rear tail light, which I'm not turning this off. And then scraping. It's spread out throughout that quarter panel area.
And so is this type of damage consistent with the scraping and side swiping or a push-like impact?
More of a side swipe, I would describe it, just because of the length of the scraping and where it appears from just forward of the wheel going to the back of the corner.
I'm going to ask you to identify another photograph, please.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That is the front passenger side of the of Mr. McGinty's pickup truck.
And I'm going to ask that this be marked as Exhibit 60, please.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, just making notes. Can you please tell the jury what they're looking at as far as the damage is concerned to Mr. McGinty, Dr. McGinty's vehicle?
Yes, sir. That's right. This is damage that I noticed in the front corner of the Nissan pickup truck. It looked like it lined up with, it was consistent with the sideswipe damage I saw on the Dodge Caravan. We've got some scraping and rubbing. As you see this right here, it's almost like a smear. Looks like a smear. That's almost a rubbing action that occurs when they're being vehicles are side swapping each other. Some damage to the headlight housing, and it looks consistent with what I saw on the van as far as from the side swap. There are some scrape marks. Oops, I went backwards.
Here, I got you, sir.
All right, yep. I'm gonna let you drive.
Okay.
I'm not allowed to touch the remote at home either, so. And I'm not gonna touch it, I'll just use my finger, if that works for everybody.
Okay, we're good. Where specifically on the vehicle is that damage?
That's on the front passenger bumper, corner of the front passenger bumper of the Nissan.
Can we touch on this? Was that damage consistent with contact with Mr. Vega's vehicle?
It was, yeah, from the rear corner of his van to the front corner of that truck. It's consistent with like a lined up.
Does this type of damage support swiping versus a push?
Yeah, only because you're seeing things like the smearing on this bumper. You're seeing some scrape marks that go along the length of the rear quarter panel. It describes basically like I wouldn't call it a prolonged contact, but a contact over multiple surfaces. One vehicle is moving alongside another vehicle. Not just a stationary touch, but a side swipe, which is where we get the term swiping down the side.
Were you able to compare the damage on both vehicles side by side as part of your analysis?
Right, they were both located within yards of each other at our impound lot. Was located at the same time.
Did that damage correspond with each other? Did the damage on the vehicles correspond with each other?
They did, yes, sir.
And how, can you describe to the jury just how exactly they corresponded? How did they fit together?
Just I'll use my hands, the front left of the Nissan pickup truck had made contact with the left rear, the front right of the Nissan pickup truck made contact with the left rear of the Dodge Caravan in that kind of a manner.
Did the damage and scrape patterns indicate the direction of movement at the time of contact?
It's hard to really determine direction. Something you only have to look at where the paint kind of gathers up, and sometimes that is harder to read. I don't want to say yay or nay on direction, just because you're starting to get into a little gray area for that. I don't like walking in gray areas, if that makes sense.
Are you able to describe what kind of contact it had with Mr. Vega's vehicle had with the front of Dr. McGinty's vehicle?
Basically, a side swipe kind of interaction is the best way to, where one's swiping against another is the best way to describe it. The damage on the Nissan is concentrated in one corner, whereas the damage with the Dodge Caravan appears to start in front of the wheel well and then goes to the back corner, or vice versa. The damage is over a little bit longer period. I guess is how they interact. As far as, yeah, I guess you can rephrase your question, sir.
Well,
Okay.
yes. Well, based off of your training and experience or time in the field and what you know as an accident reconstructionist, whose responsibility is it whenever there's a lane transfer to ensure that that event is safe?
Talking about changing lanes? Okay, so yeah, whenever you change lanes, you don't just change lanes into an occupied lane, obviously you gotta make sure it's clear, because whoever's occupying that lane has the right of way. If you change lanes with them, then you fail to yield right of way, if somebody's already occupying that lane. Just, you know, don't be where somebody already is, I guess is the basic law when it comes on the roadway.
If this were purely a push collision, no side swiping, what would this look like?
I'd probably see more of a push in and less scraping along the sides of the van. It looks similar, but you almost see more of a push in from the bumper, and then maybe even a shift from the rear bumper of the van, where the bumper is shifted away from the direction of contact. A lot of times you'll see more of a direct impact, not so much scraping along the entire quarter panel, I guess is the best way I can describe it.
Okay, so, and you beat me to it. So do you see damage consistent with purely a push collision?
Based on what I saw, it looks to me like a side spot type collision.
Is a rear corner impact like this significant in terms of vehicle control?
Yes, actually that would be.
Why is that?
Vehicles, we rely on, when we're driving down the road, we rely on all four tires to be in contact with the roadway, all go in the same direction unless we're steering, that sort of thing. But when one end of the vehicle is being knocked out of alignment or whatever, or there's speed involved, the vehicle starts to go into what we call a yaw, a critical speed yaw, slide side of NASCAR. You think the vehicle's on the bank going fast, and they start sliding sideways, or they have contact, they start sliding sideways. When there's that sideways motion, the vehicle simply becomes out of control and goes into what we call a yaw. The YAW, not the ground here yaw, right? But it's called a critical speed yaw, where it's scuffing, and the tires are still rotating. It's not a braking action, but the tires are still rotating, and the vehicle's sliding sideways. Yes, sir.
Do you recognize this photo, sir?
Yes, sir. This is actually a photograph that shows the yaw mark.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that this be entered as exhibit number 61, please. Yes, sir. What does this photograph tell you?
This is a photograph of the roadway there at the intersection of Forest. But I see, when we're looking for yaw marks are not like heavy braking marks. If you slam on your brakes, you walk up your brakes, you'll leave two parallel skid marks in line. When you see tire marks that look like this, and is it okay if I stand up to point it out?
Yes, well, I have my laser for you. Is this what you're talking about, sir?
Yes, sir, that is. So that particular mark is what I'm looking at. Because it's not like a heavy braking mark, you're looking for something that's a little wider, and a lot of times a wider mark is harder to see just on the raw pavement. So I'll be going to things like stop bars, the yellow lines on the roadway. I'll be looking at those types of locations to help identify if I'm seeing the striations, or what we call the yaw marks, the critical speed yaw mark. There's certain characteristics I'll look for in that particular tire mark to determine if it is a yaw mark. And this demonstrates that it does have that.
Does this photograph then line up with the defendant's travel?
It does. There's tire marks that are next to each other. And you can see on the, am I able to stand up? I don't want to.
Yes, sir. Or if you just press this top.
Yeah, you're being brave.
Okay.
There's this tire mark that goes up. You can see almost a erasure mark or a white mark going up toward, curving off to the left. And this mark here also goes in the same direction. But what I'm seeing here, there's actual marks that are going this way while the rest of the road mark is going that way. Those little striation marks that I look at, that's the actual tread blocks for the tire. As the tire is rotating and sliding sideways, those tread blocks are correct. We call those striation marks. Those striation marks are very telling. That tells me that the tires are not locked up with the brakes, but the tires are rotating either freely or under acceleration. And while they're rotating, the tread blocks are leaving those specific striations. And that's very telling me that this vehicle is in a critical speed yaw or a yawing action. And there's multiple tires. Instead of 2 tires lined up on top of each other, typically you're going to see 3 tire marks leading to wherever the vehicle is going. The 4th tire, which is always the inside tire, the inside rear tire, has the least amount of weight on it, the least amount of loading on it, so it will typically not leave any kind of a mark. The darkest mark will be from the front outside tire, and then the 2 front inside and rear outside tires are going to leave not as dark of a mark. But this is very consistent with what we call a critical speed yaw mark or yawing action.
Does this photo show you who started the defendant's slide?
No, it does not.
But it shows you there was a slide?
It does show me there was a critical speed sliding action.
If someone has lost control of their vehicle in this fashion, what do they need to do to regain control of that vehicle?
Typically what drivers are instructed, new drivers are instructed, race car drivers, people that are taught how to drive, you steer into this, so if you're skidding to the left, you want to steer into it to counteract. You really don't want to apply braking and you don't want to apply acceleration. You want to just steer out of it, let the vehicle start to decelerate or slow down. As it slows down, to regain control and then hopefully steer out of that situation.
So does accelerating accomplish this?
No, actually, accelerating is not helping. You're trying to scrub speed.
So the driver must adequately brake to regain control?
You almost don't want to brake because a braking action in this situation could make it worse. You really want to rely on the steering and rely on the with ABS. I say that back and forth. With ABS, ABS will help you with that, but typically if you're in a yaw and you're braking, if the ABS system is not up to it, or if it's not a modern system, it's hard. It's going to vary from vehicle to vehicle. It could actually exacerbate the situation if you're applying braking while you're in yaw. A lot of modern vehicles will allow that braking action, will help reduce the speed more. And with the case of like this Dodge, I'm not apologizing, but I'm not positive if braking would have made it better or worse. A lot of times it'll make it worse, but a lot of times it'll make it better. It's going to vary on which system is with which vehicle. But you don't want to accelerate. You just want to at least start slowing down the steering into the skid to try and decelerate.
So I want to make sure I understand the testimony. Right. So it sounds like there's 2 things, and please correct me if I'm wrong. Reduce speed, slow down, and turn in.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have a few questions that might feel obvious based off of your testimony so far. Based on the location of the damage, which vehicle moved into the other space?
Based on just the damage alone, I don't have a way to determine who moved into which space based on just the damage.
Okay, well, based off of the totality of your investigation at this point.
Based on the totality of where the yaw marks are, where the damage occurs, it appears that the van would have moved into the Nissan's lane.
So, fair to say that the defendant's vehicle initiated contact?
Yes.
Does the rear damage of the defendant's vehicle suggest the vehicles were traveling
objectively?
This is an expert, so let the whole question get out and think it's leading in a non-professional way or non-technical way. You can do your job.
Based off of what you've testified to so far, how are the vehicles traveling together before, leading up to the point of impact?
If I'm understanding your question, they're going in the same direction, down Fraser, until at one point, the van, was making contact with the Nissan, and the van ends up becoming sideways.
You've reviewed Dr. McGinty's dash cam footage? Is that
I
correct?
have, yes.
Is the damage pattern in the observations you've made today consistent with what you saw in the dash cam video?
That is, yes, sir.
Is it mostly consistent with the speed of movement analysis?
Yes, with the caveat on the dash cam.
And what, yes, please, what, any inconsistencies?
Just the dash cam, so Dr. McGinty had a dash camera in his pickup truck that recorded events leading up to the crash. The only thing that was, I would say, would be inconsistent, there's a speed indicator on the video that was transposed onto the video. That speed, looking at that video, looks like it got the speed from a GPS source, global positioning satellite. The issue with that is the sampling rate, how quickly it queries a sub-sticker system may query the satellite positioning system to determine the speed. If it's a slower sampling rate, the speeds may be a little bit lagging. It appears that there's lagging evident in this video. At the end of the crash sequence, when Dr. McGinty's vehicles clearly stopped, they're still showing the speed of 30-something miles an hour and then starting to slow down, which indicates to me that there's some lagging issue where it's receiving the data for speed. So other than that, the video seems to show what I was seeing on the roadway.
Is this information consistent with what you reviewed in the light scan?
Yes.
We're going to come back to that. Do you need a glass of water, sir?
Okay, please. It's a problem.
Please bear with me this moment. So, based off of your physical inspection and testimony today, do you have an opinion so far about how the initial contact occurred based off of the proof to this point?
Yes, including the dash camera footage. Yes.
Did you process and review the Leica 3D laser scanner at the scene? The data that was produced of the scene.
Okay, yes, the data, we had other investigators that actually ran the scanner that collected the data, and then I'll process that data at a later date, later in the week.
Thank you, sir. What is a Leica scan?
Okay, we have Leica is a company, they do different types of engineering, different types of laser measurement products, tools, software. The laser scanner is I guess you'd call the latest and greatest way to collect data from the scene, collect evidence from the scene and map the scene, measure a scene. When I started, everything was with a cloth tape. We hand measure everything. We had photogrammetry for a little while. Went into what we call a total station. You may have seen those in construction sites where someone's looking through a theodolite and a little thing and plotting and taking measurements. Then the last 10 years or so, we've been using the 3D scanner. And this, we call it the Leica scanner because that's the company that produces the scanner and makes the scanner, as well as provides the software for looking at the cloud point data. And basically what the scanner is, it's a device that we set up on a tripod. It has a laser measuring device in it that spins in a 360-degree vertical and 360-degree horizontal movement. So say I had to set up in this room, that laser scanner would spin around and plot literally millions of points in just one scan of every item inside this room, every nook and cranny of this room, as it's sending out, it goes out, measures out that this wall is 23 feet away and where it exists in a 3D space, working all the way around the room, every chair, every object in this room. We like that 3D scan. It's gonna basically recreate the scene in a 3D manner. So we'll see this world virtually, I guess is the best way to describe it, in a 3D space. We like it because the old technology, the old methods, we'd have to pick which evidence we're gonna measure. And if we didn't think that chair was important, we'd skip over that chair. Now it collects everything, which is great because we're gonna find out later that chair was important or whatever. But it collects a lot of data in a short amount of time and prepares it in a 3D space. We use the software to look in that 3D space and take measurements within that space. We'll actually move that scanner throughout the entire scene so we can get every possible view of the scene that exists.
What steps ensure that the system produces an accurate result?
We have multiple steps. We have to have this system calibrated on an annual basis, or it's sent back to the company. They do their testing with it. We also have built into the scene, we'll bring out what we call a twin target pole. It's basically it's two targets, black and white targets that are exactly 1 meter apart, 3.12 feet away. So that way, whenever we take measurements, we can, at the very beginning and the very end, as we're going throughout the measurement the sequence, measuring everything, we can find that twin target pole or that measuring pole, and we can actually physically measure that in the software and determine that, yes, it is, make sure it is verified, it is exactly 1 meter or 3.12 feet apart. And that helps us to verify that the rest of the measurements it takes throughout the scene are accurate.
Is this a reliable and accepted method of accurate reconstruction?
It is. It's used by us. Our crime scene folks use it for their homicides. NTSB uses it for their investigations. Most major metropolitan law enforcement agencies use it. Construction companies use it. They build bridges with these, use these technologies. It's a widely accepted method to accurately measure objects in space.
Like scan was made this scene.
Right.
Based off of your review of the Leica scan, does it appear that the device was appropriately used in the manner meant to be used?
It does. Yes, sir.
Did you have an opportunity to personally go out to the scene?
I did, yes, sir.
And did you verify the Leica scan results?
Yes, sir. What I saw on the roadway, this was not the same day, but matched, was consistent with the data that I got from the Leica scanner.
And will you tell the jury about how you prepared that data to make sure it was right?
Just basically the measurements, and there's one measurement I wanted to get for video analysis.
We could actually come back to that in just a
Okay,
minute.
yeah. So, but there's different measurements I was able to verify in the real world. IRO, is that what the kids say? In real life, I was able to measure that match the measurements I got in the data set.
All right, a little bit of an unusual request. Can the investigator work over to the states, able to use the laptop just to make the light stick work?
Absolutely, make sure the core cord can hear him. So I've got no issues with your volume and voice.
All right.
It's less than.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
I'll turn that microphone on.
Investigator Warren, what are we looking at right here?
This is an overview of the actual scan data itself. Is this touchscreen or mouse?
Unfortunately, it's not. It's
Just a mouse.
just yes, tracking.
Okay. So we can, wow, that's not what I want. Which way is it going? Touchscreen. Oh, there we go. All right.
Investigator Warren, hang on just a second.
Yes, sir.
Take a quick break.
overview. What we call this is, we call this the true view. It's actually a cloud-based software that we hook up to the internet to look at the data in a, not the purest form. The best form would be using the actual Leica software. That requires a specific computer. We have a Alienware computer, the stuff that the gamers use with high-tech video screens and high-tech video software drivers and everything else. Standard laptops will not play that software. So when we're outside of our reconstruction office where we have that software and that computer, we'll use this software, which is basically a cloud-based software. So it's not as clear and crisp as what we get in our office. But this is an overview of the street based off just the actual scan data itself.
Can you show the jury put us down in the scene about
Yes.
where the approximate, where the crash occurs?
So what this is, each one of these dots represents a location where we had set the scanner up. We moved the scanner throughout the scene. I believe there are about 15 or 16 scan stations, if I remember correctly. But each one, if I click on one of the scan stations, it's actually going to bring us to. These are not photographs. This is actually just a 3D view of the space from just data points, just from the laser data points. It's not the photograph, but because it takes hits so many different data points, the data it produces is almost photographic. And then we're able to take measurements. It's a little dark. Unfortunately, I don't have a way to make that lighter. But this is just one view inside the scene, just looking straight across the Walnut Street walking bridge. Going back, this is the van that struck the building and where it was right after the collision, the actual building that was struck itself. And we can move throughout the scene. And again, this is just data points. These are not photographs. And I don't like touch pads. I'm going to tell you right now.
Sorry.
But that helps us to move through the scene and look at the scene outside of the reconstruction room with the high-dollar computer and software.
Yes, sir, you can have a seat.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Bill, thank you.
Turn around.
Using the light scan, sir, were you able to tell the approximate initial point of contact between the two vehicles?
From the scan, no. The initial contact with Mr. McGinty's truck and Mr. Vega's van, that contact, the damage that you saw is not significant damage. It's not a heavy hit. Because of that, it's not going to leave any roadway evidence, no tire marks, no points on the pavement that's going to say this is where they hit. Because that type of a side swipe damage, roadway evidence won't start showing up right away. It'll be a while before roadway evidence starts showing up.
And so that's the previous testimony addresses that issue.
Right.
Were you able to use the light scan to determine the paths of, when comparing it to the rest of the data to the paths of the defendant's vehicle and Dr. McGinty's vehicle?
Right, yes, I was.
Were you able to determine where the pedestrians were located in relation to the light scan?
On the Leica scan itself, we had marks and indications where there was blood that was found that was measured. The Leica scan itself showed us where the building was, the area where they were when they were likely struck, but it doesn't exactly show where they were standing per se with the scan data. It shows where that was, but there's not there's not a place where I can say that feet were standing right here on the scan per se. But I can see where in the building, where the blood was measured. It actually was, you can see how, even with that software, how photographic the peering at looks with just the data, was able to see some of the blood.
What about the point of impact with the building?
Yes, that was pretty consistent.
Using the scan, the data that you reviewed and the other measurements taken, can you tell the jury the approximate, the distance from the approximate point of contact to where the pedestrians were the building was in?
From the scan data, no, not per se, and not from even, it would be more from the video, the in-car video. You can kind of see an area where they could come together, but it's hard to say exactly to a point that this is where the contact occurred. I can see a general area or general region where they started to make contact.
So you review the video.
Right, yes, sir.
Did you do an analysis of the video footage to estimate the vehicle speed?
From Dr. McGinty's in-car video, no. There was another video that I did for that where I did analyze speed from those vehicles.
Okay. Do you recall which video footage you used? Or can you describe the angle that you were using?
Yes, it was from a security camera that was located on the outside of a lodge, I think the Sonic Lodge, I believe it was. Had security footage that was looking towards the intersection where the building was, where the victims were, where Mr. Vega's vehicle actually went and struck. I was looking directly towards that, and I was able to see the vehicles going by in that video.
Please tell the jury the method you used to determine rate of speed using videos.
So, video speed analysis speed video is it's a methodology that we can use. We can look at, if we have a crash that occurs on video. When I started this job, doing crash reconstruction, crash investigation, major crashes getting caught on video is almost unheard of. Now in our society, in an urban society, it's unheard of to not have a crash caught on video, unfortunately. But what we've started to develop, understand ways to determine speeds or calculate speeds based off of video. What we can identify in videos, a lot of videos, we can identify distances that vehicles cover. We can measure those distances either through scan data or physically on the roadway. And we can determine time and how much time it took to cover that distance with the video and in-video software, using frames per second or whatever else exists with that particular video. Digital video is good for providing some of that information. And we've been able to develop over the years ways to analyze speed or calculate speed based off the video.
Do you have experience doing this?
I do, yes, sir.
And can you tell the jury about that?
Yes, sir. This actually started in the early 2000s. One of my colleagues with the Sheriff's Department, unfortunately he's passed away, but he was my mentor, Sergeant Mark Kinsey, or Lieutenant Mark Kinsey, crash reconstructionist, and good old all-around traffic guy. Started working on an SAE paper. An SAE paper is a scientific paper. He wrote for one of the scientific journals regarding speed from video based off of a case study that he did in the early 2000s. I helped him with that, worked with him on that to help develop methodologies and ways to look into how to calculate speed using time and distance based on what we were able to see inside of the video. He published an SAE paper, I want to say around 2005. Unfortunately, he has since passed away, but I've kind of been playing with it over the last 20 years. In 2023, in June or July of 2023, I was asked by an organization called NAPARS, which is a National Association of Professional Accident Reconstructionists. They love their acronyms. The NAPARS asked me to do a online training session on speed from video and how to do speed from video. That was an online class that I taught. It was actually worldwide, but I think maybe a couple hundred people saw it, so it's not like we're famous now. But basically, it was an online class I produced based off of my experience training with the video and understanding how the video works and how the software works. I was able to demonstrate pitfalls that investigators have to look for, what makes for good video, what makes for bad video, to use for speed analysis. So I've had a lot of experience over the years calculating speed from video.
How many frames per second did the lodge video have that you analyzed?
When I pulled the video up from the lodge video, I was able to actually verify through the software, the video software I was using, at 15 frames per second, which is consistent. A lot of video is 30 frames per second, or is technically 29.97 frames per second. Security footage, they'll compress it, bring it down, take less frames per second. Basically, a frame per second is a still photograph per second. There's 15 still photographs digitally recorded in a second of time, and gives you the illusion, the appearance of movement. Using that, the number of frames per second, I have a time aspect to my video analysis. So,
did you have enough frames to make your analysis?
Right, yes, sir. I had a good, I looked at some few markers inside the video, some markers I can see inside the video. I can calculate distances from. I had to locate first of all the camera itself, where it was located in both on the scene physically and in the 3D space from the Leica scan. Find out exactly where that camera was, and that was going to be the vertex for a triangle I was going to produce or draw. Looked on the video, I saw on the left side of the screen a tree, the trunk of the tree. I was able to draw a physical line on the software from that camera to the tree out onto the roadway, and identified a location on the roadway, both in the left lane where the vehicles were. And then I drew another line from the camera going out to the stop bar there at the intersection of Forest Drive, and I was able to calculate that distance and produced a calculated distance of about, I believe it was 76 feet. I have to look at those verify. But I think a distance of about 76 feet overall they covered.
What about speed?
So speed, one basic formula for speed is velocity equals distance divided by time. So I have my distance, in this case 76 feet. I'll look at my notes to make sure, but also have time element. I had an actual time element of exactly 1 second that it took for Mr. Vega's vehicle to cross from the tree to the stop bar. It was 15 frames in 1 second. So he covered basically 76 feet per second. I know that 76 feet per second, if I do a simple mathematical calculation, a lot of people do 1.5, divided by 1.5. The more accurate number is divide that by 1.466. If I do 76 divided by 1.466, that gives me a result of 52 miles an hour. So I was able to determine that Mr. Vega's van, as it crossed from the tree to the stop bar, had an average speed over that 76 feet of 52 miles an hour.
What about Dr. McGinty's speed?
His took slightly longer, about 1.06 seconds. When I did the math on that, that came up to about 49 miles per hour.
So slightly slower.
Slightly.
Were you able to determine whether the defendant began decelerating? Were you able to determine whether the defendant began decelerating after the point of impact?
Decelerating, no, it did not appear to. It looked like it went into a critical speed yaw. I did not see indicators where the vehicle was decelerating.
Okay. Based off of the distances and your speed estimates, sir, how quickly did the defendant's vehicle reach the pedestrians after contact? You're talking McGinty's speed.
Less than 2 seconds, around 2 seconds.
Let me ask you this. I'm going to ask you to do some math on the fly, I'm sorry. If there had been previous testimony that there was contact between the two vehicles for 8 frames, about how much time would 8 frames be?
It'd be roughly half a second.
About half a second. You using the scan and everything that we've discussed today, were you able to track, and the video, were you able to trace the path of the defendant's vehicle from the moment of contact forward?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does the defendant's van remain within a normal lane of traffic?
No, sir, it does not.
Where does the vehicle go instead?
So the defendant's vehicle, the van was, when it comes into frame on the watch video, it's actually already in contact with the Nissan, and then starts sliding sideways and going into oncoming traffic, and then also into through the intersection and into the building where the pedestrians were located at.
Does this information show a straight and controlled path or an uncontrolled path consistent with loss of traction?
This is obviously an out-of-control path, loss of control, in a critical speed yard, sideways going action.
Based off of the information that you've reviewed, sir, were the pedestrians located in the normal lanes of traffic?
Pedestrians? No, they're on the sidewalk.
They were on the sidewalk. Would a vehicle traveling properly within its lane reach the pedestrian's location?
No, sir.
What had to happen for the defendant's vehicle to reach the pedestrians?
I had to leave the roadway.
Does the information that you've reviewed show that the defendant's vehicle left its proper path after contact?
It did, yes, sir.
Were the pedestrians located in a place where they would be struck by a properly controlled vehicle?
No, they would not have.
Absent the defendant's vehicle leaving its path, would it have intersected with the pedestrians at those locations? Were there any other vehicles traveling into the pedestrian area?
No, sir.
Only the defendant's vehicle went where it should?
Yes, sir.
Does the angle and path shown in the data that you've reviewed match what you would expect from a rear corner impact causing yaw?
Yes.
Is the curvature or direction of travel consistent with the loss of traction?
These are relatively technical questions. I think some type of, we'll call them leading. Overruled at this point.
I'm actually going to ask two more questions and then ask a question, sir. But is the curvature or direction of travel consistent with loss of traction of the defendant's vehicle?
Run that by me one time, sir.
Sure. The angle, lanes of travel, is all of that consistent with that loss of traction that you had mentioned previously?
Well, yes, sir, it is.
And does the scan help confirm that the defendant's vehicle was no longer under normal control?
Based on the yaw marks I saw in the scan, yes, sir.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. This is more testimony that investigator Warren can provide for us tomorrow with the rest. We're going to take our evening break. We're going to start tomorrow just like we did today. It's going to be to around 9:15. We'll meet you back in the jury room. We'll start around 9:30. As always, you must refrain from discussing this case, exposing yourself to information, or letting anyone else expose you. Along with the other aspects of that. With that, we may step into the jury room. See you tomorrow around 9:30. Have you back just a little before 9:30. We'll try to start the trial that way. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. By the way, is it started?
No, sir. Okay, I'm sorry.
That already covered one thing I don't want to do.
I got it.
Investigate on it.
Recess till 9. Oh, we didn't enter.
We have the first session.